I would now like to call to order the December 3rd Committee of the Whole meeting. Before we begin, I will read the notice. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced rate of 50% of the Professional Development Center meeting room space. Once the capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. All audience members will be required to wear a mask at all times. Masks will be available upon request. All audience members will undergo temperature screenings before entering the meeting room. The regular meeting scheduled for December 3rd, 2020 at 5:00 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting, as well as before each action is taken by the board on an action item. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda meeting details. Online comments will be available for public review online and will be made a part of the record of the meeting. At this time, I will call the meeting to order. We will have an invocation led by myself and Pledge of Allegiance led by School Board Member Don Collins. If you would please stand. Most gracious Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for an opportunity to congregate again to do the business of the people of this district. Father God, we ask that we have a productive meeting with the students of our district being our first priority and the well-being of our district continuing to be our priority. We ask that we make sound decisions with the students of our district in mind. In Jesus' name, thank you for this day. Amen. Ms. Collins.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, Madam Secretary, would you please conduct a roll call?
District 7, President Gode. District 3, Vice President Howard.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Collins.
Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
District 9, Mr. Tatman.
Present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. At this time, we will receive for information only an update from our superintendent, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Vice President, Mr. Howard. Just a reminder that EOC testing for high school classes started this week and will continue through the month of December. Schools are working with parents to test students attending in person and virtually. Schools are working to ensure that classrooms are well spaced and prepared for students to effectively complete testing. For the first time in the history of the National School Lunch Program, the USDA allowed meals to be served to students during the holiday break. An EBR child nutrition program took advantage of this opportunity. Holiday meal boxes were prepared and distributed by Focus Food, LLC, where were offered to all students for Thanksgiving and will be offered during the winter break. During Thanksgiving break, meal boxes were delivered to the homes of just under 8,000 students between November 21st through the 25th. Approximately 800 students, parents were not at home to pick up their meals, but boxes were offered on November 25th. Parents had an opportunity to pick up their box lunches at Broadmoor Elementary parking lot between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The boxes contained frozen lunch, dinner meals, 5 breakfast meals, 5 snacks, and fresh milk was delivered. The East Baton Rouge Parish School System, in partnership with Arsenal Health, are excited to announce that the drive-through flu shot clinic on December 16th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. will be held in the parking lot of the Instructional Resource Center. The flu shots are free to employees with EBR Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance. Employees must bring their insurance cards. Appointments are limited too, so please make certain that you visit our website for more information about the flu shot. Recently, the school board approved a professional service contract with the Writing Revolution. This program transforms instruction across the curriculum through a proven, coherent method that enable all students, especially those students in comprehensive intervention required and urgent intervention required schools, to develop literacy and critical thinking skills they need to succeed. Professional development training started for teachers, and I've asked Dr. Rutledge to give us an update on how this professional development is being implemented in our parish. Dr. Rutledge is not with us personally, but she's available online.
Good evening. Board President Goethe, Vice President Howard, Superintendent Smith, members of the board, and to our listening audience, good evening. Tonight, I will provide you with an update regarding the writing revolution. I hope by the end of this very short presentation, you will be enlightened about the process by which our teachers have and will continue to engage our students in writing. The writing revolution is a process that transforms instruction across the curriculum through a proven, coherent method, enabling all students, especially those from low-income families, to develop literacy and critical thinking skills they need to be productive and engage in society. Teachers engage students with writing by including grammar, syntax and punctuation, and spelling in this process. No longer are these skills taught in isolation. Teachers learn how to move students through single and multiple paragraph writing using graphic organizers. As of 2019, more than 5,000 educators throughout courses have reached more than 150,000 students. In a study, New York school students grew 13%. Through the Hockman method, students are able to master skills needed for writing. It will improve not only their writing, but their reading, communicating, and speaking skills while elevating their thinking. If you see on the side of the screen, this graphic organizer shows that we are taking students through this process in all content areas, including math, foreign languages, and electives, and it shows you how our students are engaged in writing. In 2019-2020, we had over 160 participants from 46 schools participate from grades 3 through 12. They included our traditional CIR and UIR schools, and the session dates are provided. This year, we are adding our K-2 teachers through this professional development. We're including additional training for grades 3 through 12. In our current session, we have 80 participants, and our schools will include, the training will include traditional magnet gifted CIR and UIR schools. So I will allow a few teachers who videotape themselves to tell you just a little bit more about the writing revolution. Right now, you'll meet Kenya Maganya, who's a district instructional specialist, and Ashley Johnson from Capitol Middle School.
Ms. Rutledge, Dr. Rutledge, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Or we can't hear the video.
Ma'am?
We can hear you, we just couldn't hear the video.
Thank you.
Kenna Magana, and I'm one of the District Instructional Specialists for ELA. I'd like to tell you how the Writing Revolution will help improve our writing scores. We know by looking at historical data, writing is an area where many of our students need improvement. This past summer, I attended the Writing Revolution training along with some educators in our district. This training was very eye-opening to me as an instructional leader because of the way that this method scaffolds the learning for the students. The Hockman method begins with teaching students about basic sentences. Then it progresses to outlines, paragraphs, and then full writing compositions. An important part of the Hockman method is note-taking. We know that note-taking is essential for our students to be able to comprehend the content that they're learning in a subject area. However, it's important that these notes are effective notes. The Writing Revolution is rooted in research. It aligns with the instructional shifts that we've been focusing on in ELA for the past few years. The Writing Revolution also builds student comprehension by beginning with grammar basics. If we look at our ACT data, we know that this is also an area where our students need improvement. The Writing Revolution process can be applied to any content area at any grade level. The Writing Revolution will be very influential in growing our student scores and helping our schools see success.
Next, we'll have Ashley Johnson.
Hi, I'm Ashley Johnson, and I am an instructional leader in ELA at Capital Middle Magnet School. I'm also serving as content leader. I had the pleasure of attending the PD for the Writing Revolution this past summer, and I learned so much. I was really excited to learn about the instructional techniques and teaching the process of writing. One of the things that really stuck out to me was the line, "When building a house, would you start with the roof?" And it just opened my perspective a little bit more in how to build those skills within a student to be able to write expressively. And just the process of where to start and how to track and monitor the progress, it was
That was really eye-opening for Ashley Johnson. We'll move on to Kristen Robert, who is an ELA teacher at Broadmoor High School.
My name is Kristen Robert, and I am the ELA content lead at Broadmoor High School. I also teach 10th grade and 12th grade English. Last summer, I attended the Writing Revolution workshops where I learned a profusion of information. The methods that I learned has helped me in several ways. First, it aligns and supports the instructional shifts in ELA that's grounded in text complexity and knowledge. Second, it builds on students' comprehension by beginning with grammar basics. Grammar basics is a skill that our students struggle with across the district in multiple grade levels. Since implementing the strategies from the Writing Revolution, I have seen a difference in my students' writing style and format. I'm sure this will lead to student success. Again, I love the strategies that the Writing Revolution has provided. Thank you so much.
And finally, we will take a look at Jennifer Stewart. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit after her introduction, but Ms. Stewart gives us an example of what this looks like in a 4th grade class at Park Forest Elementary School.
Good afternoon. My name is Ms. Jennifer Stewart, and I am the 4th grade ELA teacher at Park Forest Creative Sciences and Arts Magnet. And today, I'm going to talk to you about the Writing Revolution and how the Writing Revolution has changed the whole formation of my writing. The Writing Revolution is a very powerful writing tool. And with the Writing Revolution, it does not matter what content you teach, you can use the resources that's given.
So let's take a look and see how we can use those resources.
I find that this is very powerful. So one way that I use the Writing Revolution, I find that this is very powerful, and it's the power in conjunction. And the conjunction is because, but, and so. With this activity, it helps the students think analytically. But before I actually start this with my students, I have to first let them know or explain to them what are conjunctions. After I explain to them what are conjunctions, we focus on the three conjunctions: because, but, and so. So I help them understand that when we say because or use because, it explains why something is true. When we use but, it indicates some type of change. And when we use so, it tells us what happens as a result of something else. So kind of like that cause and effect. So the way I embed it within my guidebooks is I give them something really quick. It doesn't take all day to do this. Maybe for a bell ringer. At Park Forest, we like to say our pirate prep. So this is something that's very quick. So I give them sentences or I give them some type of detail about the text. And they have to use the conjunctions so, because, and but. As I stated, it's nothing long, it's nothing drawn out. It's quick, simple, straight to the point. And when they start explaining within their essays, you'll start seeing like, wow, this is very important. So with this activity, when it came close to my writing prompt, I started giving them kind of like some sentences to add, sentences to use. They can actually, you could have used this within their writing, but I wanted them to be able to understand and see how those conjunctions are so important. Another resource that I like to use from the Writing Revolution are their organizers. Their graphic organizers are amazing. They are student friendly. They are very simple. They're a great roadmap. They help the students find important points more efficiently, and it helps them take notes more effectively. So with the single paragraph outline, of course, the students have to give a topic sentence and a closing sentence. They have to do this on the single solid lines. As you can see, there's solid lines and there's dotted lines. On the solid lines, the students have to write a complete sentence. But on the dotted lines, they can take notes and give any type of supporting details that go along with that specific topic.
So what is our goal? Our goal is to advance students' critical thinking skills through writing and ensuring that they are prepared for their now and for their tomorrow. Thank you for supporting this initiative, and we look forward to sharing more with you regarding the writing revolution.
Thank you, Dr. Rutledge, for putting together this brief presentation, and also thank the educators who participated in this project. We just wanted to give the board an update on some of the professional development, the resources that you guys have invested in our students. And writing is a critical skill for our kids, and teachers are responsible for teaching students strategies to access the curriculum, and I think we're doing a great job with that. So with that report, Vice President Howard, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Seeing no questions, additional questions from the board, we will move to our second information item only. Receive as information item. It is a presentation for the potential land purchase in South Baton Rouge. Mr. George.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak to everyone. We have some information I think is going to appear. Okay, it's up. This is going to be broken down into three different sections. One will deal with University Terrace, the second will deal with McKinley, and the third will deal with potential sites for a new high school in South Baton Rouge. The first one, if we move to the next slide, is the University Terrace property, and we're looking at all of the properties along Alaska Street. Currently, University Terrace fronts to the north. This would allow access along the side street, which would enable a better resolution for bus traffic. At the same time, we've got some different owner names and some estimates, but those are not as important as the next page, which we flip to our next This is a flood map which shows the location of the school. And if you look at the yellow brackets over to the right, you will see where the school is, which is just barely out of the flood. And if we put bus and school parking and everything to the north, we don't really have a great deal of room to work with. So the idea here allows room along the side so we can deal with flood elevation on the property. We've got a base flood elevation here of 25 feet. To give you an idea, the elevation at West Roosevelt is 23.5, and the elevation along Alaska is 21.4. So it drops off pretty quickly and is regularly subject to inundation in that area. We have a report sheet, which really is just pure information about ownership, where it is, some of the issues that go along with it. And then we get to the next page, and we've broken this down into what the primary need of lots is and what the secondary need is, so that we can properly look at the resources of the board to make sure our school district can elect to either get what is the most important, or we can go for a well-rounded, complete block of the school area. With that, that's estimating and showing that estimated acquisition cost for all of it would be approximately $800,000 to improve the school site. Out of what we have, the properties that are shown under the primary need, all of those save one are all vacant lots, which make this much easier for us to acquire than to go in to get people to move out of their primary residence or to sell a residence that's being used for rental properties. From there, rather than work out into questions, we'll move along to the next part, which is for McKinley High School. McKinley High School is going to go through a major program, and if you'll look, we have two squares that are identified, square 45 and square 51. We've got some estimates that are here. We haven't done appraisals, but we've used comparison sales to try to develop this information, and we've come up with some ideas of budgets of what it would potentially take to get this property. For those of you who are familiar with the traffic pattern and the needs in this area, we have a very limited site to work with in terms of parking and bus access and playfields and athletic parking. And the addition to these properties would be of benefit to the school. If we go further on and we look at where we are with our flood map, you can see that, and let's move along on slide-wise, you'll notice that the entire area is within the flood zone. So whatever we do going forward, if everything that we hear is true about floods, we need to make sure that we try to do the best we can with our resources as the schools are being rebuilt. So we may need more area to be able to raise up and get things out of the flood and still stay within flood mitigation. Looking at that, we can go through a couple of different pages, and we'll pass some of these charts, which I think are just purely for informational purposes. If we took the two blocks of land, it would take an estimated $1,541,000 to be able to get both blocks. However, we do realize there are budgetary requirements, and we have to look at where that is and make some decisions. But out of this, it shows an idea of the value of each lot and what it takes to get these blocks of land to add to the McKinley budget. From here, we would move forward and go to proposed Southeast High School
Mr.
locations.
George, 1 second. George, 1 second. There's some questions from the board. Mr. Goda.
Yeah, I think let's talk about these two before we go into
Okay.
into the new location. And particularly on the University Terrace. I know there's been some questions related to timing and things like that. So I know the design, we've already released the architects on this. We selected them and they're starting to work. So we're getting to the point now where the design is starting to be moving along very rapidly. So the McKinley is a little further down the road, but the UT, once we say go, or if we say go, how long would it take us to, what would be the process and the timeline for us to actually be able to own those properties?
Part of that has to do with the timetable of this group and the timetable of what we can work through. The fact that at university, none of it is occupied, it's all vacant land, it makes it a much quicker process. Typically, in the past, when the school board has purchased property, the property goes out with the ability to make the offer, sign the offer, subject to final approval, due diligence is done, and then it's come back before the board. That process usually takes about a 90-day window to get done. Generally, we already know pretty much what we need to know. It's just going to be subject to a survey. We could potentially cut that down. And then from there, closing takes whatever time that takes for the school board to move through that process. But I think we could very quickly know and secure those lots and move forward. I don't think this is a months and months process.
Thank you.
And one of our owners, there is one house on one lot, but it's uninhabitable. During the last flood, it actually flooded and it was never cleaned up. So it's, while there is a house there, it's not something someone's going to have to be moving out of. So we don't have a relocation time frame.
Thank you.
You ready for high schools? Any other questions?
I don't see any on the board. Anybody have a question? All right, we can continue. Ms. Dyson.
I don't know, I'm not sure you would be the one to ask this question to, but on the UT, so do you know how much is budgeted for land acquisition in the tax plan for this project? Or would that be a Marcus?
I don't know what was or was not budgeted.
Okay.
I would doubt that there was a specific number that went to land acquisition. If you take a drive by Alaska Street and you see the most recently built home that's there, it's this high off the ground to meet with the current flood elevation. And so when we go in to build a new school, fully anticipate that we're going to have to raise the slab above the level of where it is. And unless the diversion canal really delivers, and rain, it seems to get worse and worse, we're all going to have to keep working with it. So that's one thing we cannot really change is the elevation of a building after it's built.
Right. So I was wondering, do we have anybody here that can
Adam
give us an
Smith? No.
give us a
Marcus, can you come forward?
idea of did we anticipate this and put it into the tax plan dollars budgeted for this project? And then, potential demolition of that one home would also be a cost?
So to answer the question, there's no budget for land acquisition in the tax plan for this project. Our opinion on the design side with the professionals is a little different than the realtor side. There's a process where you've got civil engineers that do surveys, that do all these studies that, the connection to the site is based off of the nearest manhole, and when you do that connection, and that's how they set the height of the building. So, a lot of our sites are in zones that are similar to this. There's not an anticipation where we're going to have to do an abnormal amount of bringing in fill or adjusting the foundation of the building to be up high like a residential. So there's no we don't have any budget for land acquisition.
So, but now Mr. Kurtz is saying we will need to purchase some additional pieces of property, right? So does that just, have we covered enough in our budget for this project to cover these things that come up like that?
So, the process that we follow, we we start with when the project is needed, when the students need to be in. We put together a schedule that includes construction time and the design time. So, where we are right now, we're moving forward without this land, because, there's no budget on our end. And, all the programmatic needs as it relates to parking, bus lanes, carpool lanes are already able to fit on the site that's there now. The schedule of it is, the bid documents are supposed to come out at the beginning of March. So right now, we're moving toward design development. So unless there's an adjustment to the schedule of when the students are going to come back, this land is not going to be imperative to the opening of the school.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson, and I didn't put myself in the queue, but since Marcus is here, I'll just ask us a brief question. So based off of your expertise and what you've already designed and created the school to be, there's no need, is it a necessity, I guess is my question, that we purchase additional land that's not budgeted in the tax plan already? Is it a necessity for the operation of the school, in your expert opinion?
No, sir. The only thing that a purchase would do would be to allow for additional means to connect to existing underground utilities, or to provide different means of access to the site. Again, without that, we've moved forward with providing all that and letting the designers do what they do and finding other ways to provide what needs to be provided for the school within the site that we already have.
And within the tax plan, if you could just remind us of how much was budgeted for this particular project?
This project is a $25 million project budget. The construction budget that we set originally was about $18 million. We had to do some adjustments to that because we had some meetings with the specific departments that are, the ESS department. There's a large gifted and talented population here that had specific requirements that we were not made aware of way back when doing the tax plan planning. So we had to go through, get their requirements. There was some programmatic additions that needed to be put into the project, which was, is estimated about another $1 million. So that pushed the construction budget to about $19 million. And we're probably gonna have to raise that another $1 million just to accommodate all that. So right now, what we're gonna estimate is $25 million project budget, $20 million approximately, at the most, construction budget.
All right, thank you. I just want to caution for us as a board, we've already budgeted $25 million for a particular project. I would believe that it's in our due diligence with the budget issues that we continue to have to stay within that. Any cent over that budgeted amount, to me, is too much. So if we are hearing from the experts that it's not a necessity that we get these particular properties at this moment, I would think that we can spend $500,000 a lot of ways, in my opinion, in a more productive manner. So I would just caution us to think about the budget that we've already set, and hearing from an expert that it's not a necessity that we continue to purchase more land for this particular project. But thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Goder.
Yeah, I would like to speak a second to this. Later in this meeting, there is an item number 9, that talks about possible ways of paying for this outside of the tax plan. And so that would be in that. And in the matter of caution, I also think we need to be very cautious about, we have a building that we're going to be building that's going to last for 50+ years. That's the typical life of our building. And buying these few pieces of land for a relatively small amount of money gives us access to 2 roads. It removes that building from being landlocked just with the front on Roosevelt Street, which does a lot for traffic, it does a lot for safety, it does a lot for carpools. So I really want to caution us from being penny wise and dollar foolish when we're making a 50-year decision $25 million. For less than 1% of the project, we could make it much more viable with much better traffic flow, much safer traffic flow, much easier flow for buses and everything else. So I think we need to look at the bigger picture and look at the entirety of the whole project and not focus in, because when these budgets and things were made 3 and 4 years ago, and that's what they are. But we didn't have a Struma High in any of the budgets either, and we went ahead and built a Struma High outside of that. So there's a lot to be cautious about here. That's why we're taking it slowly. That's why we're bringing all of this information to the group. Thank you.
Mr. Lannis.
Yes, so, Marcus, question for you. Sorry, back this up a little bit. Because I have quite a few questions. First question, rather. So you said that this is not a necessity, just for the record?
No, it's not a necessity.
For this particular project. So we completely built out University Terrace, there would be no need to purchase new properties?
No, sir. It's
Okay.
not.
Okay. My next question would be, because you brought up the diversion canal, and you said that assuming the diversion canal is done, or even done correctly, then it will help to assist with the flood mitigation. So let's say that the diversion canal isn't built for like the next 5 years, and a flood happens in that area, what then?
Well, like I said, it's very difficult to raise a building once a building is built. So to me, from my view of separating traffic and looking at everything that's been done in every school project, carpools and buses have tried to be separated. Employee parking and regular carpools, try to separate those. So it just seems this would provide almost direct link to the park across the street. I didn't bring this up as my own idea. This was brought up as an idea by the school board. So it's not like I brought this up out of a vacuum to decide to bring this. This has been something that's been underway and gone back and forth for several years now. So this is not a new piece of information.
I'll just say that's pretty interesting to say that it was brought before the school board, because I know I didn't have any voice in it, but I'll say that comment for later.
I've actually presented it previously at a committee of the whole meeting and several times. So,
But these particular properties being purchased, even though it's outside the scope of the tax plan, which the taxpayers pay for?
that's correct.
Okay. I find that interesting because
You
now I
actually
want to
were
switch
there.
over to equity. And equity meaning that we get things based on a need, not a want. And it almost sounds like this is a want. And to be honest with you, it's the audacity for me. Because when it comes down to, as I said before in the past, certain districts, we prioritize things over other things. Now, when I spoke with you, President Gode, you told me that we had to wait until the strategic plan rolls out before we started looking at things to put inside of other people's district. And I brought the fact that I don't have a standalone middle school, how bad we needed it. In fact, I'll go down the lineage of where we started off at, because I was told initially I had to meet with parents and school officials. We did that, nothing happened. I was told that we had to meet with staff members and board members. I did that, nothing happened. We met with Superintendent Drake inside of his office with several of our senior members. Met with Superintendent Brown. To that extent, nothing happened still. And I also met with this is before you took on the role of our current superintendent. You were also privy to those meetings, and everybody said it was a great idea and it needed to happen. But nothing has happened. In fact, when I met with school board member Ms. Giudiason, you specifically told me that if we had to allocate extra resources for the project that I was then bringing up, which we didn't have to because the money was already allocated and the money is still sitting there, you told me that you would vote no for it. This is the conversation that me and you had, or you and I rather. So tonight, I'm just wondering how the vote is going to roll out, being that it's already been said we don't need to add this to the project. That's $500,000 that we could put elsewhere. We still haven't allocated the money to go towards signage for Lee High School as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know. And we're talking about allocating $500,000 more to go towards a project that does not need it. This is going to be a very interesting conversation tonight, and I cannot wait to have it.
Mr. Tapman.
Thank you, Vice President Howard. I guess my question sort of got answered. But I know you talked about that the purpose of it would be to have access and perhaps some vision in the future that it might be useful. If we did have it, if we did have that land, if a magic pixie dust came along and we got it, what would it look like? What would we put there? You know, I mean, I know it's a tough deal. You got design and all that sort of stuff, but let's pretend for a moment, because we do a lot of that, and knock all the houses down and it's flat land, and then you're working on the project and you're moving forward. What would we put there right now?
You know, I do want to, there's a step that is not being considered that I want you to be aware of. You know, we have the purchase of the property. Once you have the purchase of the property, you still have to, and I guess where I'm getting at, I want the board to be aware of the number, the estimate that you see is not going to be the total number that it's going to take in order to get these lots, especially if you want to take those lots and then do something with them. So, you know, whatever the estimate is, if it's decided that you go along, buy those lots, you still have to demolish the houses and abate the houses. And then you have to take the dirt and make the dirt buildable. So you got to dig it. The same thing we're going to do at the site that we have now. You got to dig it, you got to develop it. Once you get to that point, which I don't have an estimate for that, but once you get to that point, you know, I'm not sure. I think it could be used for future building area. If there's an expansion on campus, I think that it would be valuable if you did have it. It would be a very valuable piece of. Some of them could be very valuable in providing another means of access or another means to connect to existing underground utilities. The other would be just outdoor, maybe some community area. I can see that being incorporated. If it came to our office and we were designing, we were put in charge of planning the design, you know, I would ask the designers to look at exterior solutions to that. I know at a lot of other sites that we have, we do incorporate something for the community to use. So I think it's an opportunity to have some kind of park area or something like that where there's a mingling, bringing the community to the school. So, you know, without having a program or something that's being requested, that would be the first step that we would probably look at with the designers.
So can we bring that site back up on the slide? Can we? Can someone do that?
Keep going. There you go. To make sure you understand this, we're talking about what we call a primary need and a secondary need.
Okay.
Our primary need was 252,000, not 500,000. It was the lots to the north that have existing residences. While it may show buildings on the other properties, there's only one house on the essential properties, and it's vacant, and it's never been repaired from a flood. It's uninhabitable. So the idea of mitigation is a bulldozer. So there are no houses to be removed out of what we're talking about with a primary need. And the property directly to the west is a public park.
A Breck Park. A Breck Park.
Correct.
Okay. Where are we at in the design of this project?
We're at the design development. We've already reviewed schematic design, and we're moving forward with design development, which is.
Okay, talk to me like I'm in kindergarten.
Design development is, schematic design is getting the programmatic, you get how many rooms, how many classrooms, how many supportive.
But the
areas you
layout
get.
of how it's going to look on the footprint, we don't know yet.
Yes, we do.
We do.
We have a proposal.
Okay.
We have a proposal. We've got a proposal that shows where buses are going to come in, at how they're going to drop off, it's going to feed. You know, however many parking spaces are required by code, it's got enough parking spaces for staff, it's got a carpool lane. You know, there is a form, and it's a pretty nice looking building.
Yeah.
And I think,
So there's already considerations for traffic flow, bus park, you know,
part of the permitting process is going through the traffic division of the parish, drainage. So you have to address those needs, and that's why we do traffic studies, drainage studies that have to get paid for inside the project in order to get the data that we need to do the design, and that's how we get the permit.
So so in the current design that you apparently have sort of, I guess, in a preliminary position, does it anticipate that property being part of the footprint?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all for now. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Tymon. Mr. Landis. Mr. George, back on you.
Okay, let's move the slide to proposed Southeast High School locations. Okay, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. This shows the school districts in East Baton Rouge Parish. And in looking at the school districts that we have, one of the ones that is the most overloaded is the Woodlawn School District. So in looking at it, this really is just purely for informational purposes so that we can refer back and forth to get an idea of where schools are zoned currently. If we flip to the next slide, this shows you an idea of where Woodlawn, Terra, and McKinley are, which are the regular high schools. This doesn't consider the Baton Rouge High School or the Liberty High School location, since those are either STEM or magnet schools. So when you look at it and you start looking at the distance, they're roughly similar items away. And we have some sites, and we have some ideas of how far away they are from the other sites, which just from a graphic view, you start to look at the distances and they start to look somewhat reasonable in the distance between sites. Moving along, we're going to start back, and we've had a presentation in the past about different sites. This is a site that we had talked about previously. It's owned by LSU. We now have a different group in charge at LSU, and we don't know how well that's going to be received. And at this point in time, that's going to be subject to their further review. At the same time, we have an additional site, which is one that is located right off of Burbank, which is one that we've looked at with an anticipation of probably working a trade with Breck with something else we may have that they might like, and try to do something within the budget to use a trade rather than using hard dollars. At the same time, we have a third site, and this third site is located on Perkins Road with just south or southeast of Segan Lane, and it has another parcel which is currently a driving range that could be coupled with it, but the one site on a standalone basis is quite enough. Then we have a fourth site which is located on basically fronting Interstate 10, but is accessible from Wrights Avenue, which is a street that comes from Segan, as well as from Riga Road, which is a private road that dead ends onto the property. And between these two sites, there is more than enough area. There's approximately 45.8 acres in total. They're owned by different individuals. It could be shaped in different ways, but by having the potential for road access at two different traffic signals, it would allow good ingress and egress from the properties themselves. The property is currently zoned C2 and commercial. So all of those things being said, this moves us in the southeastern portion. That gives you an idea. Each one of these has certainly some merits of their own. Each one has different parts and pieces that may or may not be subject to flood, but all of them are well positioned and all of them have good traffic access. So for that point, these are all presented purely for review. I really did not come today. I wasn't asked to present an idea with a budget or a timeline or anything, but bring you up to date on the reduction of the number of places and what has been brought in front of everybody to kind of narrow the focus of what's out there and where we can go from here.
Thank you, Mr. George. There are a couple questions from the board. Mr. Tatman.
Thank you, Vice President Howard. Yeah, I mean, it's on, I'm doing the best I can. Can we, I'm sorry, I need visuals. Can we bring the
Certainly.
sites back up? Specifically, I guess I'll talk, not, let's see, let's go to C, Site C. So I know this area, it's pretty close, not far from where I live. That's Ward's Creek, that borders it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you speak to flood challenges, like, in that area?
Well, if you take a look at the site in and of itself is far larger than what we need.
Okay.
And it slopes from Perkins back
Okay.
to the railroad track and Wards Creek.
Okay.
And it's 62 acres. We don't need 62 acres for a high school.
Okay.
So if we do have some low area at the end, we can use that for additional play space, whatever needs to be done. Also, there is a project that is about to be underway with the Corps, but you're dealing with the Corps, and the Corps is going to dredge Wards Creek.
Oh, wow.
And they have in fact, they're going to use their staging area right at Interstate 10 and Wards Creek. So it's going to be nearby where it's going to start.
Okay. How many acres do you need for a high school, Mr. Marcus? I should know the answer to this, I'm sorry.
Actually, that's a good question. It really depends on, I'm not trying to, you need a lot of space, because with high schools, you need all the athletics.
Mm-hmm.
You need a lot of space. You need, how many acres is that?
It's 62. We really only need about 35. If you look at other sites that we have as schools with athletic facilities.
Okay.
We could get it done with 60.
Okay, good answer. Do you have any, and I'll just keep both of you up since I'm on a roll. Do you have any ideas about what the future of Perkins Road in that area? It goes down to, it opens up when you cross over Seagan. If you're heading west, it's 2, but it quickly goes to 1. The entrance is a 2-lane highway, right? Where the entrance to that property?
For now it is.
For now it is.
But
So
what's going to happen, there is a road transfer program in our city parish where state highways are being given to the city, and they're going to leverage that money to improve the roads. And this is really to our benefit because the city is going to be in charge of doing Perkins Road. And when the state came up with its ideas of comments, their ideas were that there would be no intersections on Perkins Road from Seagan all the way out to Highland Road, except for one at Pico. That would be the only intersection. They were talking about J-turns all the way around. And the idea of a school bus making a J-turn during peak traffic just makes me very nervous. But it's basically a school bus trying to make a U-turn in a 4-lane road, which in reality doesn't really seem to work. So the idea here is that once the parish takes this over, it will be properly designed for local traffic and not as a through highway.
So does the property, and I might be able to do it without the visual, but from Perkins Road, does the property front Perkins Road?
It fronts Perkins Road. If a second track were acquired, you could get access to Pico. To Seagan Lane.
Yeah, the only problem with Seagan is to get to that, you actually have to take a left turn if you're coming toward the interstate to cross to go over. There is no way to go straight over to that property. You have to take a left.
Correct.
And go underneath the bridge. So that might be okay.
Well, that most likely wouldn't be the primary access, but it could be a secondary access.
So is that, so is there anything on that property right now?
Currently, there is a residence, a stable, and
that's
a
true.
couple of dependencies where the veterinarian who takes care of the stable lives and some things like that. But it's not improved with a bunch of different houses and that kind of thing.
And they're interested in selling it to us?
This property is owned by, it says it's owned by an apartment complex, but in reality, it is one family that owns
Okay.
it. And they have recently settled the estate, and they're
Okay.
prepared to move forward.
Okay, can we go to D?
Okay, on D,
Have we ever seen D before?
D is one that in groups we've talked about.
Okay.
D has some of its own issues in that we're dealing with this particular owner. The economics of this, having frontage directly on the interstate, are going to be extremely high. However, much of the property is already cleared, wide open. It's got great access. I guess that's the bigger question of dealing with the owner.
So I pass both of these properties almost every day. Is there oil production?
No, there was a tank that was recently removed, and that is on the part that's sketched in yellow. That actually belongs to a company by the name of Gold King, but they were not the producer. There was a producer on site, but that has all been removed, remediated, cleaned up, and done.
So how many acres is this? It probably says it, but I can't.
Well, altogether, it's 45.8 acres.
So not quite enough for Marcus to build a high school is what you're saying? I'm just kidding.
Maybe.
Is that including the yellow or is that
That's
just?
including the yellow, but in order to be able to do this, there are different ways to get here from there. One might be to take the property from Wrights Avenue and not the interstate frontage and let the property owner keep the prized frontage. There are all kind of ways that we can get here from there, but the main idea is really just to look at these for concentration purposes. We can study each one further and come in with the pros, the cons, and look at what's really best.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Tapman. Ms. Dyson.
My questions were just answered. Thank you.
Thank you. The board is clear. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Mr. George, are you done?
I'm done.
Good. Any additional questions, comments? Mr. Goder.
Just to reiterate, at the next board meeting, the intention is that using this information after everyone's had a chance to look at it and digest it, we will select one of these sites to begin actual pursuit to try to accomplish a land purchase. I recognize these things take time, and we may start pursuing one and hit some roadblocks and end up pursuing another, but until we start, we're never going to get there. So the image everyone should have is at the next board meeting, we will be selecting one of these sites to begin to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goder. Thank you, Mr. George. Our next item to receive as information is an update on our superintendent search. Mr. Goder.
Yes, hang on, let me pull up my calendar. I just wanted to give everyone an update for where we are. Today, the names and the resumes and things of the applicants have been released. I see Mr. Charles LeSueur already has them in the newspaper, the names of all the candidates. So that information is open to the public now. The on-demand interviews, similar to what we did last time, where the consultant asked the same set of questions to the candidates, have been done, and those are loaded and available for viewing for everyone. If we don't have that link up, both to the resumes and to the, if we don't have the link up to the on-demand interviews, we will get that up on the website tomorrow and get that put together. So the process that we're looking at now is that we'll take these next 2 weeks to digest these interviews and to do due diligence and background and gather comments. And then at the regular board meeting on the 17th, we would select whatever number of finalists we believe is appropriate. We would do it in a manner similar to what we did last time, where we have a rotating ballot and get down to a certain number of candidates. And then on January 7th and 8th, and possibly the 9th, we would bring candidates in for in-person interviews. The reason I'm saying possibly the 9th is that would depend upon how many people we have. So those would be in-person interviews by the board, open to the public. And then at a special meeting on January the 14th, that is a committee of the whole meeting. Prior to the committee of the whole meeting, we would go forward and have a special meeting and elect the superintendent on January the 14th. So that's the schedule we're trying to follow. Obviously, COVID and other things can impact that schedule, but that is the schedule that we have outlined and that we will be attempting to hold on to. Any questions from the board on that?
Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. Have all of the calendar appointments been sent to us?
Yes.
Okay. Are all of the materials from all of the applicants included in our binder?
I think the binder only has the top 5 as recommended by the consulting group. The consulting group also sent you a link to the Dropbox that has all of the information. And if you would like a printed copy, Ms. Armand, if you'd work with Ms. Armand, she can see about getting you a printed copy.
How many total applicants were
5.
there?
Well, there's 19, there were 21 total applicants. Of those 21, 18 completed all of the interview portions, the on-demand interview portions. So we have 18 completed applications for us to review.
Okay, I would like the material for all of the 21.
I'm sorry?
I would like all of the material for everyone to be provided to us. It's just-
Okay, it's in the Dropbox, and Ms. Arm, go
I
ahead.
sent the email to everybody this afternoon from Mr. Guerrero.
The information is available to you now
Okay.
electronically. If you'd like a printed copy, please see Ms. Armand, and she would be happy to get you a printed copy.
Is there a password for the Dropbox, or is it
No.
just open? It's open? Okay, thank you.
It's a public document.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just have one question. With such tight timeline, and I don't know if you can answer this, or Mr. Godey, or if it's a better question suited for Mr. James. Last time we had a very thorough process and allowed for a lot of community engagement related to our candidates. With such tight timeline, with the timeline that you just laid out, it doesn't seem as if it leaves enough room for community input and engagement. What is our plan to facilitate community engagement? Because I would hate for us to come in here January 13th, which is less than a month away, in between the holiday season, select a candidate, and we haven't had an opportunity to engage with our constituents and stakeholders. So do we have a plan for community engagement, or are we at least virtual town halls? Like, what is our plan for community engagement?
Right now, we're not planning on a virtual town hall or any type of town hall because I don't know how many finalists we're going to have. The period between December 17th, when the finalists are selected, and January 14th, when we'd be voting on that, many groups would be available to be able to set up their own Zoom meetings or whatever with any of these folks. And many of you around this table were very adamant at our last meeting or a couple of meetings ago about us having to move fast and get something done. And so this is part of that. We're trying to be very diligent, but to get something done. And, some people want it to go even faster than this. So trying to move with deliberate speed and doing things thoughtfully but fast. And we're going to have between December 17th and January 14th, that is a considerable amount of time for our community to get engaged with the finalists and to have contacts with them and set up meetings or do whatever they would like. But we are not planning on having, because if it comes down to, this is a tentative schedule. If it comes down to we only have 2 finalists, then maybe we can have a community town hall. But, if we have 5 finalists, that gets to be very awkward to try to have a community town hall with 5 finalists. So again, we're trying to balance input, speed, and try to make sure we at least have time for people to if not in a group setting at a community town hall, to still have time to be able to reach out and contact the finalist.
So, yeah, I do agree that we need to get a permanent leader in place, whomever that permanent leader is, but I don't think that we do that in all deliberate speed without one of the most important concepts, and to me, that's community input. So however, that's why we hired a consultant who's an expert. I think that one of our priorities needs to be to figure out a way within this time, because it is short, because December 17th is a week before Christmas, then you go into New Year's. It's just really tight. And so my encouragement to Mr. Gura and to the board president as y'all continue this process is to figure out a way to at least get some type of community engagement so that people can hear from the people who are trying to serve our district. So that's just my take. Mr. Lannis. Ms. Bernard, are you back? You done? Mr. Lannis.
Yes. So first, I'll say I definitely agree with board colleague Ms. Connie Bernard. I would love to have all of that information put together. So is it in any way possible that we can have this information compiled for all the board members with all of the information from our candidates? I'm sorry, April. You know I love you. Thank you so much. It just makes it easier for us to go through all of the candidates' profiles to get a better idea of who is better suited for our district. But again, thank you, April. I definitely appreciate that. And I'll just second what Vice President Howard just said. I do not feel comfortable moving forward with a superintendent search knowing that the community does not have a voice in that process. And I don't think it's enough to say that there'll be a time for them and they can go and look at past interviews or look at the interviews for the people. No, the people want to have a seat. They want to have a voice in this process, and they deserve to have a voice in the process. This is part of the reason why I was skeptical in the beginning with us doing such an expedient process, because something was going to be excluded. And the very last thing that we need to be excluded is having community voice, because I can promise you this. I said this last time, but I can promise you this again. If you exclude community's voice, you're going to have a bigger firestorm on your hands than we did the first time. That's not a suggestion, that is a guarantee. I cannot tell you how many text messages and emails I have received just alone because there's no online commenting process throughout this superintendent search process. So I just say again, I implore this board not to move forward with a process that does not include our community's voice, because I promise you, we're going to hear about it again, and what it's going to do is it's going to tank us, because there'll be very little transparency for them to know that our due diligence was done for us in a way that they approve of. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Collins.
Yeah, so I am going to have to agree on the public input, which I insisted on the last time. And while I'm not, not certain, my own, it's not absolutely certain my level of participation at that time. And while I do know who my first choice is, which I've said over and over again and continues to be, I just still don't feel right that we don't take sufficient public input. It's just, it's just important. A lot of people weighed in, and again, I agreed with them recently, but I'd hate for anybody to be muted by us not allowing at least one good town hall with maybe the top 2 or 3 or something, at least that commitment.
And I have zero problem with doing that. Again, not knowing how many finalists we're going to be putting forward, I don't know how to plan that, but certainly if we have the opportunity and we can make it work within the schedule, I am certainly for that. Not opposed to that, and I'll be working with all of you to try to make sure that none of you feel that the public's been excluded. That's not the intent. And so as we get further down the path and we look at the numbers that we have and things like that, if we can fit that in, love to do it.
So for clarity for myself, in-person interviews, so have we come to a place, it doesn't sound like it, of, we know that, so the time, so it's a shorter timetable, but in terms of our selection process, you mentioned, I think the framing that you used was similar to our previous process where we did the ballot?
Yes.
Okay, and so is the first ballot, okay, everybody choose the top, you know, you can choose up to 5 or whatever. Are we basically gonna do the same?
We're gonna
but just a
basically
shorter
do the
time?
same, and we just haven't worked out all of the exact details.
Okay.
Whether it's gonna be, you need 5 votes to make it a finalist or 4 votes. I wanted to give time for everyone to look at it, then
Okay.
for all of us to have a chance to talk and sort of reach a consensus as to what's gonna be the best way to do that.
So then perhaps we have, by the regular board meeting, can we maybe propose a more detailed timetable that includes that kind of information? And
Yeah,
then-
well, the key thing on the timetable is gonna be how many finalists we have. But next week, we'll be getting out more information on thoughts around how the actual balloting is going to proceed to select the finalist.
Okay,
And
all
so
right,
we're gonna be doing that next week.
Okay.
Getting that out, but I wanted you to be able to have a chance to look at things
Mm-hmm.
in order to say, gee, I'll look at this and I think there's 6 people qualified, or you look at this, say, gee, I only think there's 2 or 3 people qualified.
Okay.
So that may impact how you think about the voting process. And so I wanted to give you a time to have a chance to look at the resumes, to understand things, and then we'll start floating some ideas about what's gonna be the best way to do the process.
okay.
But it's
All
gonna be
right.
something very similar to what we did last time where, you know, you take a round and whoever gets this many, then, you know,
Okay.
go on till you get to a number.
Okay, all right, so next week we'll
Yeah.
have better feeling. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Just for a point of order for sake of Ms. Arman, if you would need a copy of all of the materials in one binder, just make sure that, well, if you could raise your hand now, April can take it down so she can provide that for you. I know Ms. Bernard, Mr. Lannis, anybody else need Ms. Ware Jackson? And Ms. Collins. All right, thank you. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Vice President Howard. Yes, I would appreciate seeing more information. So we have 5 out of, what's it, 16?
18.
18. These are the top 5.
In the opinion of the consultant,
Of-
we are not bound in any way, shape, or form to adhere to that.
Okay, yeah, all the more reason to see
Yes.
everything.
And I apologize for that. It was my understanding that we would be getting it all.
Yeah, I thought so too,
And
from,
that's-
as I
that's what
asked
I
that
thought.
question last time.
And that's what I thought we'd be getting, but some kind of way we didn't. And so we have all of the information. You have all the information electronically. And so either you can print it at home or Ms. Armand can print it for you and get it to you. But all of the information is available to you electronically.
Yeah, okay, that's good. My next question is around the document that went to the press, and it's in the back of the binder.
I'm sorry?
The sheets that are in the back of the binder.
I haven't had a chance to even look at the binder yet.
The same thing that went to the newspaper. Yeah, I was looking, it says, East Baton Rouge candidate social media report.
Oh, that is simply a quick background check done by the consultant. All of that is just saying, hey, look, here's when we did a quick check, this is what we found. This is not a legal background, a full legal background check or anything like that.
Right.
This is just a quick check
Just
on,
a social media check.
on social media and stuff that the consultant did, which gives you
Yeah, see,
areas
some of
where
them
you
are
can go look at the
applicable,
social
yeah.
media yourself.
Yeah,
But
I
this
see what
is
it is.
this is just a quick check of social media for them. This does not replace the formal background check that we will do on the finalists.
Okay, yeah, because I see a lot of them say not applicable, because they didn't have a.
Right, but this is
Facebook or
just a
something.
very quick, quick review of what was out there.
Yeah, okay,
Everything on the internet never dies.
all right. Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Dyson.
Again, mine have been answered, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else, Mr. Godet?
No, that completes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. We will now move to item D1, which is our items for consideration. Item D1 is a consideration of a request for the approval of the first T of East Baton Rouge Parish grant in the amount of $24,500 to provide 7 elementary schools, $3,500 with training, equipment, and lesson plans. This is Ms. Navo and Ms. Williamson. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Tapman, seconded by Mr. Godet. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Seeing none, any comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
We can take a roll call vote.
Mr. Lannis?
Yay. Yay.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Collins? Ms. Ware Jackson? Yes. Ms. Dyson?
Yes.
Mr. Godet?
Yes.
Ms. Bernard?
Yes.
Mr. Tapman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item for consideration is item D2. It is a professional service contract. It is consideration of a request for the approval of a professional service contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following: Houghton Milford Harcourt in the amount of $28,000 to provide professional development funding source, Striving Readers Comprehensive Literacy. Great Minds PBC in the amount of $26,875 to provide professional development funding sources redesign, and Quality Matters in the amount of $60,200 to provide professional development and source and support. The funding source is CARES Act Strong Start. I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Ballou and seconded by Ms. Bernard. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? I do have a question. I think, Mr. Smith, if you can relate this to Dr. Rowledge or whomever is responsible, if we can get a rundown of all of the things that we have utilized our CARES Act money for. I know that there's a couple of deadlines looming for the spending of CARES Act funding, like in December. So if we can get a report at the regular board meeting related to CARES Act spending, that would be helpful for me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Seeing none, we'll move to the audience. Comments from the audience. Back to the board. Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item for consideration is the bond resolution. Is a consideration of a request authorizing the issuance and sale by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, State of Louisiana, of is not exceeding $35 million revenue anticipation note, providing the terms and payment thereof, and providing for the other matters in connection therewith. Brought to us by Mr. Crochet. Is there anything that you guys need to add, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Crochet, regarding this item? All right, thank you. Are there any? I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Tapman, seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Seeing none, comments from the audience?
Good evening. My name is James Finney. Two quick points. One relative to this item. If you didn't spend so much money on charter schools, you wouldn't need to borrow money in the middle of a school year. And the second item, relative to the superintendent search, the paper didn't name which 5 are recommended. And so if you're advertising an agenda item as information on the superintendent search, it would be useful if you provided that information to the public. We need to know which 5 are represented in your binders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Are there any additional comments from the audience? Questions or concerns from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item for consideration is item D4. It's Inspired Charter Academy School Contract Renewal. Consideration of a request for the renewal of the contract with the Inspired Charter Academy. Ms. Okonski. Well, first I will entertain a motion. Well, you can, motion.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we bring to you consideration of a request for a charter renewal for Inspired Charter Academy. Per Bulletin 126, it's the board's authorizing responsibility to render a decision on this prior to January 31st, 2021. As you guys probably recall and are familiar with, our local policy says that schools will be evaluated on organizational, financial, and academic performance, with academic being the key for renewal status and renewal terms. Per the most recent release by the Louisiana Department of Education, Inspired Charter has earned a letter grade of a C, which per our local criteria dictates that they be awarded a 3-year term on their renewal. So with this most recent data we've provided backup for you, I'm here and available to answer any questions you may have, as is Ms. Silas, who led the compliance review, and our colleagues from Inspired Charter are also here tonight in case you need additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Okonski. At this time, I entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Landis, seconded by Mr. Ballou. Are there any additional questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, comments from the audience.
Good evening again. I looked at Inspire's governing board's minutes for the last several meetings, all of which were by Zoom or Google Meet, and I didn't see anywhere in there where they've requested a renewal. So it seems premature for you to offer them a renewal that hasn't been asked for. But more importantly, this school has been operating in the absence of a contract for 2.5 years. That's not the way the public should do business. Do not reward this board, which has 5 of 7 members that have only been on the board for less than a year or two. Don't reward this board or their charter management organization with more opportunity to engage in taking the public's tax money and transferring it to Grand Rapids. Have some guts, do your job, close the school. There's nothing special about it. The only reason they get a C is they get the progress points. Their test scores are worse than if the students were at their home schools. But more important, some of you claim to be Republicans, or the Republican Party used to stand for fiscal conservatism. That school at the corner of Hollywood and Foster is an enormous financial drain on the system. They're paying over $1 million in rent for a building that may or may not be worth about $5 million. It's outrageous. It needs to stop. There need to be consequences for the fact that they kept running without a contract. So clearly, they weren't willing to negotiate a contract that fit the terms offered by the school system. This would be a great opportunity for Mr. Smith to exercise his leadership opportunity and state that we shouldn't do business with people that operate charter schools without contracts. Draw the line. Be fiscally responsible. Close the school. Put a staff member over there to make sure they don't screw up between now and the end of the school year. find new schools for all those students, see if they've got qualified teachers we have room for, close the school, stop the hemorrhage. That school should not have been reauthorized 3 years ago. They didn't bother re-signing their contract. Don't give them another opportunity to misuse the public's money. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional comments from the audience? Seeing none, we'll go back to the board. Ms. Collins.
I need some clarity on the contract. This came up. I'm really tired of this contract issue coming up without getting resolved. Can I get some clarity on why this particular one hasn't been done yet?
Mr. Shamlin.
Yes. I'll speak to that briefly. I have been negotiating this matter with counsel for Inspire for the last 6 months. When I came on board, this was one of the schools that we needed to finalize. I guess this charter was set in place prior to the passing of the policy that you guys put in place about a little over a year ago, year and a half ago. And so we've already worked out a template and a contract for the renewal, which should be brought back to the board in January for approval. Spoke with Ms. McMurray today about that. So we'll have a contract in place for the renewal. We've continued to negotiate and work on the initial contract. It was set to terms that were in place before the policy and before I took the seat, and so we've had to try to work out the specifics of that. We're close, but it just takes time. What we can do is we can memorialize the contract, the previous contract and the new one, because the new one will track the template of the contract that we put in place going forward with all schools authorized under the current policy. And so that should be rectified shortly.
So I'm in law school, and I took contracts, but we didn't have a hypo that had anything to do with people operating with no contract and then a new renewal. So let me make sure I understand. What you're saying is, assuming that this renewal will get approved, there is a contract based, that there is a contract attached to us renewing, and that will take effect in January?
Yeah, our policy requires that we finalize a contract with the charters that you guys authorize within a certain period of time. We've developed a template. In fact, this board has already approved that template for a number of schools that you have previously chartered in the past year. And so it's my expectation is that that template will be utilized with Inspire. I've already spoken with their counsel. She's in agreement. We'll tweak some small details here and there, but it will track our policy and the law. One of the reasons you guys put a policy in place was to simplify the process. It helps us to kind of expect what we will get in terms of the expectations between the charter and the board, which did not exist prior to the policy. And so it really makes it simple for counsel on both sides, because we know what the policy expectation is, contract tracks it. So to answer your question, it's much easier with the policy in place, because it's a matter of sitting down and going through and making sure it tracks with the expectations on both sides. We've already done that in the expectation that this renewal will go through. And if it does, we'll bring something back to you in January.
So a contract prior to this renewal, is that not a moot? Is that?
Well, I would say, I would say there needs to be a mention in the current agreement as to the previous contract agreement, because this is a renewal. It's not a new contract. It's a renewal, and so it's a continuation of what we had in place before, but under policy, if that makes sense. We now have policy that gives us some form as to what the expectation will be.
So kind of like a hybrid almost
Yes, ma'am.
situation?
Yes, ma'am. So to make a long story short, we have an agreement already worked out, mainly because we have a template in place, and it's just a matter of bringing it back to the board for approval. And we have brought all those contracts back to the board up to this date for approval as we finalize them. So we expect this won't be any different.
Is there anything going on with the previous contract negotiation that would be an issue in this renewal contract, and then have us looking a year or so from now with no contract?
No,
is there anything that, if I motion to amend and put a deadline for the renewal contract to be agreed upon.
Well, our policy has a deadline. I believe it's 6 months. I have to look back at it, but we already have a deadline in policy, so there's no
And
reason to.
what happens if, refresh my memory on the consequences of nothing happening in 6 months, according to the policy?
Well, because it's in policy, there may be legal avenues we can take as a board to force the hand of any school that refuses to sign a charter under the current policy.
Would it be grounds for saying, okay, after this year, no more charter?
Potentially, it's not specifically said in policy,
But it could be grounds.
potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to uplift to that point. I think that's why it's very important that us as a board have some sort of policy in place, because before, for a very long time, this is why we find ourselves in this situation. There was no policy. There were schools being chartered, but there was no accountability or contract negotiate or anything. So this is why contracts were going 2.5 years without being signed. So for a very long time, there was a negligence on behalf of us as a body of not having that in place, which is why it was so important, whether you like charters or not, that you have some level of accountability in place so that these things can be avoided, which is why we wrote into the policy that contracts have to be signed within 6 months. And if they refuse to sign within 6 months, as you say, we can say, you know what, you're in breach, so you can go bye-bye in layman's terms. But I think that's why it was very important that we get a policy in place to avoid things like this. Mr. Godey.
Thank you. Ms. Okonski, what is the state law regarding timing of renewals?
I'll defer to counsel for law, but Bulletin 126 says we must render a decision before January 31st
Before January 31st.
of this school year, because this is the third year of their last renewal term.
So we have to January 31st to do this. Mr. Shamlin, how long have we been negotiating with the Inspire Charter Group on the contract?
On the previous agreement,
Yeah.
since shortly after I took the seat, which would have been
So,
November 2018.
I guess I'm having trouble in my mind figuring out why would we be granting something now where we have at least another month, and thinking, why wouldn't we make the approval contingent upon reaching a new contract? And they have till our January meeting to do that. Is there would that contravene any state law?
You guys just have to vote publicly by policy before January 31st.
And that's very important.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But, I'm willing, even though I want to applaud Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson and Vice President Howard for working so hard on the guidelines and template that we've done. I think that's put us in a very good place. But I also think that we need to start pushing very hard to get those contracts in place. And I just wonder why we would do a renewal before there's been a contract agreed to cover that renewal period.
Yeah, let me speak to that briefly, and I'm going to let Ms. Okonski jump in as well. Maybe we can bounce off
And
each
Ms.
other.
McMurray, you're free to come up to the microphone if you'd like to comment.
Yeah, my only concern with that approach is we have a policy in place that actually sets a specific time for contracts to be finalized. And so my concern
But
is
it's been way more than 6 months.
Not for the renewal. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's okay. Not for this renewal, which is happening under current policy. My concern is that our policy requires this board, in order to waive policy, to have a unanimous vote to do that. And so my concern is that may not be legal.
Okay.
And so I need to speak to that.
I understand. I'm not trying to be not legal.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah.
also frustrated because we've been having trouble getting the charters to come to agreement on contracts.
Yeah, I
And
think
it's been very difficult. And I right now am not willing to vote for a renewal for a charter that has not agreed to a contract yet. When the contract's been out there forever and all of that's done. And to me, before any renewal comes up, it ought to be a renewal with the contract that matches that renewal period. To me, those should be handed in tandem.
Yeah, no, my only response to that, Mr. Godey, is it would probably be best if staff looked at the processes for what happens when the school passes that deadline, because I believe that's where legal options would kick in. And so there may be some action this board would need to vote on to then force some action by the school. But my advice would be that would need to wait until the policy deadline, which is what this board put in place a year ago. That's just a legal opinion. I know that to waive policy, we need we need a unanimous vote of this board, and essentially what you would be doing there is waiving your policy for this one school.
Well, being that
That's my concern.
Inspire is here and Inspire's council is here, they certainly get the message I'm trying to give. So I would be perfectly happy to defer this to the January meeting in the hopes that that contract would be done by the time that January meeting comes about. So I'll be stopping there. No, I'm not making a substitute motion.
Just if I can just ask a legal question then. When the policy was made, the 6-month timeline for the contract signage was a part of the policy. If there were concerns about the time frame or the timeline being too long, at the time of the adoption of the policy, folks could have asked for a 1-month timeline, 6-week timeline for the contract to be signed. I would think that we would need to go to the policy first before making a decision, like to give them a new timeline to say, oh, you must have the contract signed by January in order for us to approve the renewal, or some amendments to the policy before we just make this an Inspire issue, as opposed to what we've already sent through many meetings, sat through, and that was a part of the policy that was adopted by this board. So I just don't want us to get into the realm of every time we want to make a change that we don't. You had an opportunity, and no one said anything about the timeline that it takes to sign the contract. I'm in agreement with my colleagues that we have to do a better job of getting contracts signed before we enter into renewals. But for 8 years, there was nothing, and no one did nothing about it. And so you adopt a policy, and now the first time that it comes into use, you're ready to change it again. That's backwards to me. You can
Mr. Howard.
Oh, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mr. Goley voiced basically what my concern, and, you know, it sort of feels like the cart before the horse and, you know, getting confused in the timeline. So I'm wondering what the real problem is with getting the contract signed or coming to some agreement. It is odd to be trying to renew something before we actually have the real document in place. So if I could get some clarity on that, because, you know, it's hard to say yay on something like this.
Sure. So the initial charter was issued prior to a policy being in place. There was no form of, no expectation on either side as to what would happen. The parties had to come together and negotiate the terms of that contract. In defense of previous counsel, Mr. Howard, I'd have to say there were a number of contracts that were finalized, and there were some that were in process. And so that's the accurate response there. In this case, we have a renewal happening under our current policy, which makes the process much easier. Ms. McMurray and I spoke today. We've already worked out pretty much the specifics of the agreement. The expectation was to bring it back to the board for the contract for final approval, hopefully in January. That was the plan. The reason it's so much easier now is because we have a template. It's already been finalized by a number of our schools. It'll be finalized by Inspire with no changes. I think she's looked through it. We're happy with the template. It's a matter of the board just taking a vote on it. So I can only say that because we have a policy in place, it makes it easier, and I can almost assure it will come back to you.
I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding this. So I don't understand why we're doing a renewal before the contract. The contract's not signed, but we're doing a renewal. How is that? I still don't, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just having a bad day, maybe.
If you don't renew the schools, there is no purpose or no point in having a contract. So if a school comes for renewal and we say no, there's no need for a contract, which is why when we went through the Mr. Shamlin, this is you can answer it. I'm
That's
just
okay.
taking my.
That's all right. So look at it this way. When you guys initially issue a charter to a school, there's no contract in place. You issue a charter and you direct the superintendent and general counsel or counsel to negotiate an agreement. In the past, I don't think the agreement was brought back to the board. When I took the seat, a number of board members indicated to me it was your desire to see those contracts brought back to you for approval, okay? And so we've worked to do that. I think I can't give you the number of schools, but I brought a number of schools to you guys for approval, just as, I think most recently in October. And so this is one more school. Now, I think this is the first renewal we've had under policy, I believe, Ms. Okonski, is that correct? And so this will be the first renewal. You guys issued charters last year. In the same way that you issued a charter to us, without requiring a contract in advance, you'll be making a renewal and expecting a contract to be returned to you within the requisite time of policy. And so I guess you could change your policy at some point. You could amend your policy to say that in the future, we want contracts in advance of issuing the charter. That's possible. It's going to be difficult to do because I think oftentimes you haven't selected your charters. You go through a process to select your charters, and so we'd have to know ahead of time who you select before we could actually come up with a contract agreement, but it's possible. So to answer your concern, looking at the policy and amending it might be the best way to go. That's something that I can talk to board members about one-to-one going into January, and if it's an item you'd like to see on the agenda for consideration, we can do that. That would be the best way to go to answer this, to basically respond to the concerns. We can require contracts at the time the charter is issued or at the time the renewal is issued. I just want to make sure we stay legal with regard to what you guys passed a year ago. And it's just, I'm just giving you the legal opinion to keep you safe and to keep you legal.
Okay, I think the mix-up was on what we were actually renewing,
Yes.
you know, so, okay, it's much more clear now. Thank you.
Mr. Lannis.
Yes, if I may, I want to add some context to this conversation. One of which, because Inspire Charter is in my district, but also because I was privy to some of these conversations about a year ago, and Attorney Chamberlain, you can chime in where you see fit, but I know part of the reason of the discussion why at least a year or a year and a half ago, why the contract was not signed, because there was some deliberation around who was going to be taking over Inspire Charter's contract management. If you recall that correctly, at some point it was discussed that it could possibly be Helix, or it could possibly be a different charter management group, which if that was actually the case, that would have delayed some of those time constraints. But I am in a position, and I also feel like the rest of my colleagues about this particular contract, it shouldn't have taken this long to get this ironed out and understood. But what I will also say is that I do not think that Inspire should solely take the brunt of why the contract was not created, because from my understanding is it was a big going back and forth situation. When something was submitted, it was submitted back to the other person. And then once that side got it, they submitted back again. And this information came to me from somebody who I revere quite highly, was also one of my law school professors at the time, Ms. Tracy Woods, and she was involved in a lot of these discussions. And in fact, she said that they hadn't received the contract, if I'm not mistaken, until this morning. So they didn't even know about what was going on at this particular meeting. I know for her, for instance, she didn't know about it until this morning. So I will say, in terms of the timeliness, we need to be more diligent about how we communicate more effectively to get information out to folks. But I also want us to consider this. I don't want to see us be put inside of a legal bind because we refuse to do something and we also have equal liability involved in it also. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Mr. Shamlin.
Speaking on behalf of staff, we did communicate timely to the proper parties. I believe there are a number of parties communicating on the other side, and there might have been some issue there. I don't want to go into specifics, but we did communicate timely on our side, and we have continued to talk with council about working the previous contract out. And once again, to reiterate, we have an agreement on a new one, and we expect to bring that back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Shamlin. Ms. Dyson.
I too think that renewals are a different thing than initial approvals, because of course, in that initial approval, you're not gonna already have a contract, because they're just applying. And so I like the idea of us working to make the renewal process, have all of it together so that we can see the contract and at the same time. I think it might serve us well to do that for renewals going forward. But I do, and I was ready for a substitute motion and a second, but I'm wondering, since seem to be advising us not to go that route, I was thinking, isn't the word by this date, January 31st? And so doesn't the word by mean that it
That's
can
a
be
deadline.
before that?
Yes.
So I see us being able to consider this in January altogether, but you don't seem to be advising us that way.
No, I'm perfectly fine with that. I just want to make sure we understand the importance of taking the vote by the 31st.
Yeah.
And if the condition, my only concern was making the condition of having a finalized contract by that time the absolute condition, because it may go against what you placed in policy previously.
So
But I'm
we could-
okay, but I'm okay with you guys, I am okay with you guys sending this to January, or setting this for January, and allowing us to bring the contract and the charter back to you.
And that would be the goal, to have
Yes.
it back.
Yes.
But it wouldn't
The
be the
renewal.
absolute, because there
Yeah.
really could be another week or two.
Yeah, my only
I see.
concern is that we have deadlines set in policy,
Mhm.
and we got to be careful not to go against what we've already
Right.
put into policy. That's my
Right.
concern.
But I think that the word by, keeps us within policy.
It does.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just chime in again and say that for 8 years, even longer, there was nothing. So you have voted on a policy. I agree with everything that you're saying related to having a contract in place once we are dealing with a renewal and not an additional contract. What I am having a hard time of understanding is, what the hell was going on before then? And so now you're at a point where this is the first time that the policy that you adopted is up. Like, we can amend the policy. That is okay. But by God, like, we have a policy in place now, so we need to make decisions that are in line with our policy. If you want to amend the policy, that's a different conversation. You also had a very long time to say, we want the difference between contracts being in place for renewals to be different from initial charters. You also had an opportunity to change the timeline, but this is the first time. So now that you have a policy in place, this won't happen again. So you're using the thing that you did to solve a problem to create a new problem. That's crazy. Ms. Bernard. I'm sorry. No, Mr. Goddard.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. You make some good points. Couple of comments. I do think I agree with Ms. Dyson that we need to revisit the policy, because this is, sometimes policies are great until you come up against reality, and then you realize that some of the reality doesn't match the policy. So I do think we need to revisit the policy and separate out initial charters from renewals, because I think it should be that we issue renewals with a contract at the same time. But in saying that, that hasn't been our policy. It's not our written policy. And our written policy, as it stands today, from the information that Ms. Okonski presented, says that they meet the requirements for renewal as given in our policy. So I think we'd be taking a very bad legal step if we try to deny it. In that, I have no problem in waiting till January, but I don't see us having a leg to stand on to deny it anyway, and with our policy. So I would ask that we strongly look at the policy. if not at the next meeting, because we got lots of things on the next meeting, but following that, to separate out the renewal from the initial. But I will go ahead, because I don't think we have a leg to stand on, given our template and our policy, not to renew this without incurring legal action. I know we have a very talented attorney sitting at the microphone here, so I'm okay with moving forward, and I think Mr. Howard's correct. We have a policy. Let's stay with our policy and focus on amending the policy for the next time. Thank you.
Mr. Shamlin,
Oh.
you were in the queue. Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. I think we can see that this is not going to go through on the consent agenda, so maybe we should just send it without recommendation so that it's a standalone item and gets its own hearing, because it's going to get pulled aside anyway. I guess I'll make that motion if someone would like to second it.
I'll second.
Okay, thanks.
I had a quick question, I'm sorry. Are we gonna do it at a date to be announced later, or?
No, just send it to the
Okay.
meeting without recommendation.
I'm just making sure.
We need to let Ms. McMurray
That-
speak.
That's a substitute motion, correct?
Right.
Am I? Okay. Thank you so much. Patty McMurray, I'm with Baker Donaldson, and I represent National Heritage Academies. And I understand you're concerned about wanting to have the contract in place, but I did want you to understand in the timeline of things, shortly after renewal, we did email with East Baton Rouge Parish requesting a contract and starting those negotiations to have a contract, and even sent over sample contracts of basically taking the form that was being used at that time and making it fit the renewal from several years ago, and actually have followed up on that multiple times. I don't think that there was ever any real disagreement on what the terms of the contract would be. In fact, negotiations have always been really, the staff, Mr. Shamlin, since he's now been in place, it's been very professional and well done, and there's really, I know of no issue on the contracts. And I think where we got so close to the renewal time, it just seemed almost too much to bring the contract up and then the next month, to the board, and then the next month bring up the renewal. So I think it just, with everything that you've had to deal with over this last 6 months, just got pushed to the side. So I didn't want you to be left with the impression that there was some sort of disagreement or controversy that was keeping this from happening. I really think it's just the time and the busyness with everything that has been going on for the last 6-8 months. And then as Mr. Landis said, there was originally a little issues with, how the school was going to continue forward that maybe pushed a few months as well. So, again, there's no disagreement. There is no controversy, at least that I'm aware of, and I think Mr. Shamlin and Ms. Okonski would back me up on that that's the case. And Ms. Woods and I and Mr. Shamlin have worked on this new contract, and I've had full faith that the renewal contract can be put in place very quickly.
Thank you. Ms. Collins.
If I recall correctly, the last time contracting with a few of the charters was a concern, it was mentioned that there was nothing coming up soon. And so then we would be working on making sure everybody who does not have a contract has a contract, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Who else does not currently operate under a contract? When are they coming up for renewal? When can we expect to have those contracts completed and signed?
What we can do, Ms. Collins, is because we're talking about two periods of time, we're talking about pre-policy and post-policy, and I think that's important. I can send the entire board a list of schools who we have contracts currently in place with for now, who we need contracts for pre-policy, who has not yet completed their contracts post-policy. These are the schools that you authorized last year. We can do an Excel spreadsheet. I can give Ms. Okonski. We can put together a list based on who you've already authorized and then give you some updates on where what the status of each one of those is.
Thank you, because what I would hate to see happen is the next renewal next year, and then, it's kind of like, well, are we putting the cart before the horse or the cart after the horse, or does it even make sense to do it? It doesn't put us in the best position when they're operating without a charter without a contract in the first place. So let's get that squared away so we won't be scratching our heads in the future on a similar, it's a relatively unique situation. It might not necessarily be unique to this district, but generally speaking, it's unique for folks to be going into a renewal without a contract before and then talking about a whole nother type of contract because there's a policy that was put in place in the middle. And so just to try to mitigate any confusion between now and anybody else's renewal coming up, can we just go ahead and get those others under contract? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you good, Ms. Collins? Okay, good. And if I could just lift up again, we also had working groups so that we could work on things prior to us getting before meetings, and that was canceled. So this is when you think about like the process of us as a board. We all work full-time jobs for the most part. That's why we don't have committee meetings outside of committee of the whole. That's why it's important for us to do work prior to coming on the dais. It ain't about transparency and trying to hide things from people. It's about doing work so that we can mitigate these kind of conversations on the dais. Ms. Dyson.
So I understanding that if we send this without recommendation, then it goes on to, it's a separate item to be discussed at the school board meeting on December 17th, I think. And that would give 2 more weeks, and if y'all are really that close, maybe this will all work itself out, and it's worth a try for sure. I could support that in the hopes that that's the goal. And of course, we're not gonna say it's a drop dead, but it's, because we still would have the whole month of January until our January regular board meeting if we were still stuck on anything. But hopefully, because both sides have said we really aren't, that might work itself out, and we can, this whole conversation can only be to amend things going forward. So I could support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. And for the last time, I'll say, I can see. The last time I'll say is that I don't put myself in the dais because I'm running the meeting. Would you allow me to make my comment? Thank you. The last thing I would say is that there is policy. Again, I would just encourage us that if we move this with our recommendation for the sake of considering all things that are going on, that we also adapt or add to an agenda to amend the policy if the board is more comfortable with 1 month or contracts being in time of renewal. Because what we're doing is setting a precedent that we're gonna say something as policy, and then we do actions that are against policy. The whole point of making policy is so that we don't have these kind of conversations. So we need to put on the agenda item that there is an amendment to the policy if that makes this board more comfortable. That's all I want this to be clear and correctly stated. You put policy in place to abide by policy. You know if you run a red light, that's against the law, the policy. They don't go say, oh, you run a red light, oh, we need to make this a law. Like, no, that's not how it works. You put policy in place to make decisions in accordance with your policy. Ms. Bernard.
In the past, what I've seen the board do frequently, especially when there was a contract that was very important that we needed to get right, that we would authorize the superintendent and board leadership to negotiate the contract and bring it back to the board for final approval. And I think that we need to consider that. I don't think that needs to be in policy, that specific phrasing or that specific language, but I think with all of the contracts, especially when there's going to be some deviation from policy or some difference or some distinction between, there are some different types of charter schools that require a little different type of contract. So I would like us to be mindful of that. And I would like a policy to include some sort of timeline, which would include a deadline for signing these contracts in the future. I think it is appropriate for us to add something like that, and that is aside from the fact that we will or will not support the renewal of Inspire. Just procedurally, what we're doing, we're not making a decision tonight about whether or not we're supporting the renewal of Inspire. We're making a decision that it's going to get its standalone item at the next meeting, and it will not be heard in globo with all of these other 11 items. So it's just a procedural thing. It doesn't mean that we are making a decision for or against the renewal of Inspire Charter Academy tonight. It's just that we want it to have its own standalone hearing at the full board meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Madam Secretary, would you please repeat what the substitute motion is?
Substitute motion to send the item to the full board without recommendation to consider the request for the renewal of the contract with Inspire Charter Academy.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Do I need to go back to the audience? Do I have to go to the audience on substitute? Do I need to go back to the audience?
Yes.
Are there any comments from the audience on the substitute motion?
I support the substitute motion, although I'd rather you just deny the charter tonight. It has to come before the board anyway, so it should be a standalone item. But two other comments. Unless something has changed recently, Ms. McMurray represents the Charter Management Organization. She does not manage, or she does not represent Inspire, the charter board, with which you're supposed to be negotiating. Ms. Woods, your law school professor that you mentioned, on the last minutes I looked at, she was noted as the counsel for the board. So I'm baffled as to why the negotiations are with Ms. McMurray. To Ms. Collins' question, the 5 schools operating without contracts are Mentorship, Inspire, South Baton Rouge, CSAL's Middle School, and CSAL's Elementary School, which you approved and which opened without ever negotiating or signing a contract. That's absurd. I have requested by public record request charter agreements from almost every other charter school, if not all of them outside Orleans Parish. This situation of schools with operating without charters is unique to East Baton Rouge. I'm not so concerned about whether you have the charter for the next 3 years negotiated before January 30th, although it better be negotiated before June 30th. What I'm concerned about is that there are apparently no consequences under this contract for a school just going ahead and operating, contract or no, do whatever they want because they don't have a contract, so there are no apparent restrictions on what they can or can't do. There's a statute in Title 17 that's very clear about what a charter must include. The template doesn't even satisfy that, but no contract at all certainly doesn't. So if a charter board is not willing or able to insist on a contract and they just keep operating, they don't deserve the use of public money. So I'll be back in 2 weeks. Thanks.
Additional comments from the audience?
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Gaudet, Mr. Superintendent, Board. I brought my child up here to the microphone, which is something I don't normally do. And I brought him up here because Inspire Charter does not represent nor help children like him. If we read what everybody was submitted, it showed that in the midst of COVID, they have a ratio of 2 students to 1 device. That's a problem for a child like mine when the hospitals cannot help him if he was to contract COVID. So I think about the other children that are at Inspire School that have to share a device. That's very problematic, and that is also against the BESI minimum requirements and CDC requirements. If you're going to approve a contract, you need to make sure that that is added in there. You also need to make sure that they have an actual plan to help children with disabilities, like mine. According to their progression rate, they have no plan, and their children with disabilities are suffering. They're suffering badly. And that has been noted also with BESI. Why is it every single time that we talk about children, that the children with disabilities, such as my child, are often forgotten about? But these are children that you have to pay attention to because IDEA was not waived. That is a federal law that I speak about every single time I come to the microphone. And that is something that Secretary Betsy DeVoe made sure stayed intact and in place, even in the midst of COVID. So as my child likes to want to take this microphone to say something, I think he would like to say that he don't want to be forgotten about, that he wants y'all to pay attention to him and other children like him, that he want to make sure that their voices are heard. And as much as he want to do things to distract your attention from me, he wants you to pay attention to him and every other child that is like him. So as Inspire's attorneys came up here and spoke so eloquently, I just ask that if you're going to approve them, that you make sure that you add that amendment into their contract. But other than that, they actually have to pay attention to our children. And I really and truly would really prefer that these children were back into our traditional public schools, such as Northeast Elementary School, which is Miss Delaney's school. But this is a school that have staff that really and truly care about our children, just like many other schools in this school system. So I think we should pay homage and we should honor our staff that actually care about our children with disabilities. But if we're gonna approve charter scams, make sure we add it into their contract. Thank you. Tell them thank you.
Any additional comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board, Mr. Landis.
Yes, I just want to commend everyone that came to the mic and spoke tonight, but I would also like to reiterate that in the midst of creating a contract, you have to negotiate. Negotiations take place by 2 different parties or more, and the fact that there was no negotiations, even though there was a back and forth, I just don't want us to put all of the onus on Inspire. If they sent a contract over, but it was just simply not negotiated on, then it doesn't fall on on any side. And that's the thing I want to take away, because I don't want it to seem like we're being one-sided throughout any of this. I think that Vice President Howard has pointed this out several times. This school's been open since 2010. And this loan proceeds when Attorney Shamlin took over as our board attorney. But nobody's talking about that. There are several miscues that took place throughout this entire process that we just simply did not follow up on. This happened before several of us were even board members. Nobody questioned it, and it was allowed to happen, much like other things are allowed to happen. So until we make it finite and we put it in policy, as everybody has been saying tonight, I don't think that you should point the fingers anywhere. Let's just say that the ball was dropped, and moving forward, we're going to do a much better job at taking care of policies and things in place ahead of time rather than on the back end.
Thank you. We will now come to, there are no additional questions or comments from the board. Madam Secretary, would you please open the queue for vote?
Please vote.
Wait, this is a substitute motion.
We're voting on the substitute motion.
Yes. We've said it.
The substitute
Subst-
motion to send the item to the full board without recommendation to consider the request for the renewal of the contract with Inspire Charter Academy. The motion carries.
Next item for consideration is item D5, is the construction of Belfair Montessori Magnet School Building Addition. Is a consideration of request for the authorization of staff to advertise, accept the low bids, meeting specifications, and make the award of a contract for construction of the Belfair Montessori Magnet School Classroom Addition, or reject any and all bids or just cause in accordance with the Louisiana Public Bid Law, Louisiana Revised Statute, Title 38, Chapter 10, Funding Source Phase 4 Tax Plan, Proposition 1. Mr. Williams is bringing this item. Are there any, well, first I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Ms. Ware Jackson, seconded by Mr. Goday. Are there any questions or concerns from the board? Seeing none, Mr. Goday.
Yes, I just wanted to comment very briefly. I held this one up the last time simply because I didn't feel like we were getting enough information. I appreciate the fact that we've gotten more information on this. I do recognize it is part of the tax plan, but I think as responsible board members, we do need to have backup and things when we're spending this kind of significant amount of money as to why we're doing it and making sure that the tax plan is being adhered to properly, but also that the needs are really being met. So that's the only thing I wanted to say. I've seconded the motion. I will vote for this. And I was not trying to do anything about Belfair. I was just really trying to talk about the process that we go through on these, that we really need to, some of these projects might be 8, 9 years into the tax plan, which will be 10 or 12 years from when they were given to the public. So we just need to really get good detail on what the programs are as we go through, even if they are in the tax plan. So thank you.
Ms. Collins.
Just want to say thanks. And Lil Eden Stephon Collins says thank you as well. He's there as a pre-K 4, and the family enjoys and loves the school and wants to see it flourish so that he can stay there all the way until 8th grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, the board is clear. We'll go to comments from the audience.
Thank you. I think you can show fidelity to the tax plan by improving the school as a K-5 school, which is what the building was designed to do. I'm not convinced that that is the right location or that there's room on that campus to make it a K-8 school when you have other campuses elsewhere. Capitol Middle has about 11 students per classroom, and it's only a mile away. Very few of the Belfair K-5 Montessori students continue on to 6th grade. Only one of the Dufrock Montessori 5th graders from last year went on to Belfair. I think you need to really think about whether there is a better place to do Montessori middle school. I think this requires a lot more thought, and it's too soon to design the either the expansion or the renovation of the facility until you figure out how you're going to control this monster of a magnet program to put programs where the students are, so you're not just spending money on diesel fuel and having, Belfair has students from, I think, every single elementary attendance zone. But there are only a handful of students from the capital elementary attendance zone that it's in that go to that school. Dr. Taylor decided Belfair shouldn't have a neighborhood school. It should only be for the students that are in the Montessori program, and clearly that's not what a lot of those kids are choosing. So somewhere there's a disconnect. There are lots of kids going to Belfair that live in areas in the eastern edge of the parish. So there's Broadmoor Middle's campus sitting empty. Maybe there's an opportunity there. Capitol Middle's school is mostly empty. Maybe a wing of that could be Montessori. I just don't think, because something was mentioned in the tax plan, I don't think you're handcuffed to exactly whatever you think Mr. Drake had in mind several years ago. I think you should do what makes the most sense for the future, which is probably 3 or 4 Montessori elementary schools. Maybe you start a program at White Hills. Maybe you renovate Broadmoor Middle, so that's a Montessori K through 8. Sometime when the magnet lottery is done, look and see how many people did not get into the early grade Montessori programs that wanted to, and then think about whether it makes sense to build a new building on Belfair's campus to house middle school students, of which there are something like 50 or 60 at the moment. Just don't think it makes any sense. But go ahead and renovate what's there and make it a beautiful facility for K through 5, either Montessori or neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Any additional comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Motion carries.
The motion carries. Next item for consideration is item D6. This is the relocation of EBR Readiness High School campus. It's a consideration of request to relocate EBR Readiness High School campus from Old Banks Elementary on 72nd Avenue to Glen Oaks Middle School. I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Lannis, and I'll second the motion. Questions or comments from the board? Ms. Ward Jackson, are you in the queue for this one, or was?
No, that's from a previous item.
Mr. Lannis?
Yes, so I'm really trying to understand this particular item. This is the reason why. For the longest, we have said that the Glen Oaks Middle School campus is a campus that is uninhabitable. We've talked about tearing this property down because it is in such bad condition. I want to say 60% of the campus, you can't even enter because it is completely mold infested. And 3, I'm trying to understand, how is it that we take our most vulnerable students, because those are the students that attend EBR Readiness, and we put them at campuses that look like Banks Elementary and Glen Oaks Middle School, and we expect to get the best out of them. I'm just trying to understand how in the world, or what message are we sending to those students that have to attend those schools? Because now we're talking about equity again. But we're talking about academic equity this time. I'm trying to understand this whole process. This one I just don't get. I mean, we literally just said a few months ago, we're gonna tear this property down because it is in such deplorable conditions. Yet we're gonna send more kids there. We just moved kids from this campus. I thought this was the whole idea of moving our kids from North Banks Middle School onto Glen Oaks High School's campus. moving redesigned Glen Oaks Middle School to that North Banks campus so that we could tear this down. So I just need somebody to explain this to me like I'm a 5-year-old as to why we're going to keep this campus open, one, and two, why are we moving our most vulnerable kids to a campus that looks that deplorable?
Well, before Mr. Nike speaks, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Landis, and I'll just add that I agree. We talked about this with Glen Oaks Middle, that the conditions were deplorable, but the sad part about the situation we find ourselves in now, where they are now is even more deplorable than Glen Oaks Middle, to the fact to where the staff has pleaded with us to send them from North Banks to Glen Oaks Middle. So it's like we, as a collective, it's like picking the lesser of two evils. And the staff at the school, they've called and pleaded to make sure that we let this go through because it's so bad at North Banks Elementary. And so to your point, I agree that we need to figure that out. And then, before you even speak, Mr. Nikes, I'll go ahead and add in my comments. If you look further down the agenda at item 8, we talk about the demolition of University Terrace. But what you will find again is you're closing down a school in the northern part of the parish with no plan on what to do. So what that becomes is blighted property within my community. You will not, in the terms of equity or fairness, because equity seems to scare people, in the terms of fairness, you will not go and tear down Liberty High School, Woodlawn High School, move those kids from there and just leave a blighted property sitting in the middle of those communities, because they will not allow it. We just did it with Park. We had to get some action taken on that to get the grass cut. Now you're gonna leave in a very at-risk community, you're gonna leave a building just there with no plan on what to do with the building. If we want to service all kids, because all is our favorite word, we got to do the fair thing to do on both sides of the community. You're gonna leave banks sitting there just empty with no plan. This is no fault of you, Mr. Adam, Mr. Smith, or no fault of anybody else, but there's literally no plan, and you're just gonna sit this in the community, and we're gonna be okay with that. We was okay with leaving Quest work there. We finally got something to do with that. We're just okay with treating one aspect of our community as if we don't give a damn about them. And then, but we wouldn't do that to Liberty. We wouldn't do it to Woodlawn. You wouldn't go off a Starting Lane and just leave empty buildings with no students for years upon years and just figure it out later. We gotta do better as a district, as a staff, if we truly care about all kids. If we don't, we just might as well tell people we don't and just do the things that we've been doing, which is nothing. It's not fair. It's not right. It's disgusting. It's immoral. It's unethical. We gotta do better. And it's crazy that we're taking an at-risk population and making them choose between the lesser of two evils. It's just not right. And if anybody can give me one reason why it's right, I will entertain it. I beg you. Let's move the kids from Liberty High School and go put them on campus at LSU and see what we do to that building. Let's just try it out. Just do it one time. Go to Ms. Dyson, go to Ms. Menards, or go to anybody else's district and just tear down the school and see. They're gonna be concerned. So we gotta do the fair thing. And it's not right. Thank you, Mr. Nikes.
So to kind of give some backup, and I know Mr. Larry Munson can also give us some more on the facilities. Actually, this will kind of help with a plan. So let's kind of think through. The facility itself at Glen Oaks Mill is better than we expected. I think Mr. Larry can give you more details there. But it did go through a renovation right before it was turned over to the state. So new windows, lighting, some other things there. So it is much better shape than Banks Elementary. The good news is Banks Elementary is in the tax plan for demolition. So the money in the tax plan is allocated for that. It does not have a specific date on it. So as you as a board could decide, we're going to do that XYZ now, 6 months, a year from now. So again, there will be money allocated in the tax plan for the demolition of Banks. However, there was no money allocated for the demolition of Glen Oaks necessarily. So again, by this swap, you kind of help, you could build a plan there to do that. From an academic standpoint, we will not be using the entire campus, so the parts of the campus that are in really good shape, we can focus on those first. There is a brand new science building there as well, so there's some positive aspects to this, but the bottom line is Banks, as you've mentioned, is just not a conducive environment at all. Mr. Munson, if you want to kind of provide some backup on, he looked at deferred maintenance and also what we need to do to get into the building now, along with our IT team. It's very affordable. We can do it within our budget, and we can make that switch probably as we return back from the holiday break or shortly thereafter.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to just really be quick and tell you my story about Glen Oaks Middle School. Mine was, at one time, we were in discussion about selling the building to IDEA. And I was asked to, I saw the need that we had to find somewhere to move the occupants at Banks. So I had to scramble. And I did some walkthroughs over at Glen Oaks Middle. Everyone doesn't see what I see, okay, when it comes to facilities and renovation. And so I walked it and I saw a lot of potential there. I took on this project personally. I've walked Glen Oaks Middle School almost every day and every evening to make sure the facility is secured and is ready and potentially ready if we get a good vote here. I'm getting emotional just because I have been there every day. One of the things that I did hear from you, Mr. Lannis, when we did speak about this once before, was the idea that more than anything, you didn't want it to be an eyesore in the community. And so I know I grew up in this community myself personally, and I don't want it to be an eyesore either. And I know that we can make this facility be very becoming for the occupants over at EBR Readiness. And I'm putting everything on it. I want this to happen, and I'm very passionate about it. So I really wish, if there are any other questions that you have for me specifically, I've had HVAC to go over to the building to get the building prepared. We have voting in that building, have to make sure that it's been conducive for voting. The building was just occupied this past summer by the prior occupants, and so on and so forth. So again, if there are any specific questions, I'll be glad to entertain them.
So, I'm sorry, I don't have any specific questions, and while I do appreciate you, saying that you walked through that building, I'll give you my history on Glen Oaks Middle School. I attended Glen Oaks Middle School as a kid, 7th grade through 8th grade. And what I can tell you is this: that building has not had any type of upgrade since I was in middle school, and it was bad then. Because it used to be the high school before they moved the high school over on Cedar Grove. It was once a football field and a track that is now completely covered in grass. That was once a basketball court in the back. If you go in the back of the school today, there is gang graffiti on the walls. If you try to get inside of the auditorium, it is completely mold infested and it is uninhabitable. If you try to go and get inside of the 700 building, it is completely mold infested and you can't get inside of it. In fact, we've been using that as a storage facility for the last, I don't know how many years. Not only did I attend that school as a child, I also taught at this school. Nothing had changed. And when it comes down to the AC unit in the building, if it's cold, you have to call somebody to come out, one of the contractors to come out and physically go in and change the thermometer. When it gets hot, you have to do the same exact thing. When you go inside of the cafeteria, the equipment is the same equipment that was in there when I was in middle school, which should have been changed out years ago. Now, I'm not saying that I don't see your vision, but what I am saying is this. I've seen this school, I have walked this school, I have worked at this school, I have attended this school, and nothing has changed. And there's nothing tonight that's gonna change my mind on sending kids to that school, because I know I wouldn't send my child there if I had kids. I wouldn't send my nephew and my niece to that school if they were of middle school age at this point, because that is not a condition for any child in this parish, let alone, again, our most vulnerable kids that attend EBR Readiness. I'm just not in a place where I feel comfortable sending any kids there, especially knowing that it's also rat infested. When I worked at this school, it was rats always running around this school, and we tried to get things fixed, and we couldn't get it fixed because there was a contract in place with the then district that we couldn't get any movement on. So I only say all this to say, knowing what that school has there, it is just not in a shape that is in a condition for any child to go there. And I haven't even gotten to the parking lot. You try to ride through that parking lot, you're gonna definitely bust a tire. There's been several complaints by people or parents that have tried to come through that parking lot and they've torn their cars up. I've seen it personally.
Right.
I'm not just saying this.
Certainly.
So that's my concern, is that, one, we're trying to put kids inside of this building and we know it's not even ready. Had there been money allocated to fix this building up prior to them going in, then I think we could have a healthy discussion. But at this point, knowing that we just putting those kids inside of that building and nothing has really been changed, that's a problem for me.
Well, I'd like to give a response to that. Nothing has been, well, I won't say nothing because I've had almost all of the unit ventilator motors replaced in the classrooms. I've spent some money there, but I could not invest a lot of money into it to get it prepared until I got a notice to proceed from you guys tonight and finally on the next meeting. So I can't make it right now ready to look the way that you want it until I get that authorization.
Tell me this, are there any other swing spaces that we can currently use for EBR readiness rather than using Glen Oaks Middle School?
I would first say no. Reason why I say that is because this facility is a lot better condition than let's put it this way, the potential for this facility is a lot greater than you may realize. I just need your vote to allow me to get the facility ready to receive.
Yes, sir. I understand that. But my question is, do we have any other swing spaces at this time that are in better conditions than that school is right now? Because the last time I checked, what are we doing with BR Flame downtown?
No. That building's an administrative site right now, and there are no other facilities that is as good a condition and has the potential that this facility has in our district right now.
So then let me ask another question. Would we feel comfortable sending those administrators to Glen Oaks Middle School and then sending those kids over to BR Flame?
BR Flame is a much smaller facility. It's not really conducive to that age group. That's a high school age group for one thing. And there are administrators that we will be moving into the facility that will be supporting those discipline centers.
Yes, sir. And it's not to go back and forth because we're talking
Certainly.
about facilities that are conducive.
Certainly.
So we're saying that a facility that has condemned buildings surrounding it, and we understand already that it's going to be blight before the students even step on the campus. Are we saying that that building is more conducive for those students than Baton Rouge Flame, or the old Baton Rouge Flame, even though it's a smaller campus size, knowing also that EBR readiness does not have a huge enrollment of students?
Again, the movement into the building is planned to be done in phases, first of all. We're only planning to occupy the two-story building and the building behind it that has a library in it initially, the gym and the dining facility if necessary, and the kitchen. That is phase one. The next phase of it, at the same time, I plan to get all the other buildings up and going. I've already had, like I said, HVAC staff working there. I've had locksmiths working there, and I've kept the grounds cut and mowed, but I can't impact the asphalt driveway and all the pressure washing and the other things that are necessary, and the cutting of trees and making the property look like it should just yet until I get authorization.
And how long would those phases take you to do?
Again, we've been voting in the main building, so the main building is ready to almost ready to receive now. We just need to furnish it and do some cursory cleaning. All the air conditioning and heating works in the two-story building now.
No, I mean like the entire building, because the understanding is that you said it's all going to be done in phases. You said there's already two buildings, or the two-story building and also the building where the library is going to be, where the library is located. You're going to utilize those buildings. In what part of the phase, how long is it going to take to get the blighted property on this particular school site up to code where it needs to be before we send kids there? How long would it take to get that done?
I probably just need maybe 2 to 3 weeks, and I'll be ready to go.
So it take 2 to 3 weeks to completely
Well,
fix.
because what I'm planning to do, I have to make sure the intercom systems are adequate. I'm working with IT. I have estimates from IT, and I'm waiting to, as soon as I can go with them, they'll get all the data up and running. All the supporting systems have to be in place, and so that has to happen. All the cleaning, and just everything that we need to make it conducive for them to move in, for those basic 3 buildings.
I understand what you're saying, but this is what I'm also saying. Again, as we already said, some of these buildings are mold infested. So in 2 to 3 weeks, we're gonna get everything moved out of these buildings. We're gonna completely have all the mold taken out of this building. It's gonna be renovated to a condition that these students are gonna walk into in this COVID age also. Understanding that?
I can do that. This is my area of expertise. I can do it. I promise you that. I know that I can do that.
This is what I would say. I would like to see it done first before I feel comfortable voting on sending kids inside of that building.
I can have it done. I just need your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Lennis. Ms. Dyson. Collins, yeah.
Oh.
Mine, it didn't update, sorry. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay.
No, it's Ms. Collins, I'm sorry.
I remember subbing in Valley Park when it was an alternative school. And I remember the condition that it was in. And then I remember all of a sudden we could do so much with Valley Park because Flame was going to it. Now, I didn't thank you. And that might be why you was getting ready to be in the queue. We have a problem as a district with treating children who are in alternative programs with just some basic damn respect. We do, and we need to own it. We need to own it. I'm emotional because I remember when EBR Readiness went to the Banks building, and it was deplorable 4 years ago when they got pushed into that building from the flood, and I'm upset because it slipped through the cracks, and here we are 4 years later, and these people are just not getting, they so desperate that we gonna put them in a section of a building. And we supposed to be okay with that? I'm disgusted that we are having this conversation. I'm embarrassed because I didn't think the building was up to par for the 3 little poor pitiful charter schools that was in there. I was scratching my head. Why are the parents choosing to bring their babies into such deplorable conditions? And then we gonna turn around and put our babies in there? It's wrong. It's wrong. I don't agree with use of the building at all. Tear it down. Find somewhere better. It's only how many children? How many children in EBR Readiness? I'm sincerely asking.
I'd have to look up the current number, but you're looking at somewhere around, it ebbs and flows, 50 or 75 right now, maybe.
So an average max is 75 per year.
And then normally it gets up to somewhere around 350, or could get up to that potentially.
Okay. So let me walk through it. I know that their enrollment numbers change just like Northdale, but differently, right? Because of the nature of the children that come in. Correct.
And staffing models are much lower student-to-teacher ratio as well.
All right. So they fluctuate. What's the range? Let me ask it that way. What's the range of the student enrollment in a year?
I could give you exact numbers, but I would say anywhere from the beginning of a school year, non-COVID, could be around 50, can go up to 150, 200, 250. It just depends on the year.
I can't support this proposal. And I'm not fussing at one particular person. I'm fussing at the culture of this district as it relates to alternative schools. It is not healthy. Okay? It's not. We take in many cases now, we sometimes not only dump students, we dump staff at some sites. Not all of them, but it's a climate and a culture in this school system, and it's not unique to EBR. It's just people just assume that these are troubled children, and so let's just figure something out. Okay, that'll work. I mean, I'm not voting for this. I'm not. I think we can do better, because even this, with the quote-unquote renovations and cleaning and whatever you want to call it, whatever it is we say we're doing to half a building or a piece of building, and we're going to stick children in a piece of a building, it's insufficient. And I think that we could put our heads together and come up with a better solution that is a more long-term permanent space. I hate that they are so desperate to get out of a building that they got shoved into 4 years ago, that they willing to put up with this recommendation, that they begging for it. It's got to be a better way for us to do this. What's up with the Eden Park building? Is it worse?
It's not conducive for this.
When we gonna tear that down? What about how much space in my Howard Park building where the Arlington babies have been relocated? What's the capacity for that building? That's two very unique, different student populations. I'm not raising this as a definite, okay, but I'm trying to think this through, okay? What's the capacity of the old Howard Park building? I have my high school special needs babies that are with Arlington Prep in that building, but I know that there's a lot more space. I don't know if it's enough space to accommodate these children from EBR readiness, but what are the numbers?
Hi, Ms. Collins. They added a middle school component this year at Arlington, so Arlington was just a high school, so they added a middle school component. There are additional students. If I recall, Arlington, Howell Park, the Howell Park building, could hold about 400 kids, but when we put Arlington kids there, because of those self-contained classes, those specific needs, the usual 15 to 25 kids that will be in a classroom, now we have 6 or 7 kids because of the self-contained status and the needs of those students.
Okay. What about, it was another building I was gonna ask about that came to mind. No, I asked about Eden Park. Greenville.
Right now, Greenville has the elementary component there, and it also, so the elementary long-term students that are a part of EBR readiness, as well as a short-term component. So when elementary schools suspend students, they'll come to that site. So it serves as a short-term site as well as a long-term site. And then we have some homebound teachers as well as some APE teachers that go out to homes and provide services.
That Greenville building, thank you, that Greenville building on Foster.
Yes, yes.
All right, it used to have the middle school academic alternative, not the behavioral alternative, but the academic middle school, right?
Correct, in the
Those
past.
middle school academic, that middle school is over in Northdale now?
Correct, Northdale has the 6 through 12 component, yes.
Okay. How many children are in the elementary EBR readiness program in the Greenville site?
So that actually fluctuates as well, just like the high school, because students are there for a semester or more. And so we can get up to like 110, maybe 90. But right now, due to COVID, we are under enrollment there, yes.
Okay. It's been about 2 years since I walked Greenville's campus,
Yes, ma'am.
but I did not feel like, I do not recall, while it's not brand new, okay, I do not recall feeling like it was mold infested, rats running around. Is there a way to take the money that was slated for this middle school Glen Oaks campus, renovate, a true renovation at the Greenville campus, because it sounds like it's enough space, and renovate it in such a way that we partition it where we separating the high, the upper grades appropriately from the lower grades.
I guess that's the question we need to ask facilities, but just because of the age range.
Yes, we definitely
and
would
they're
need
on
to.
that same campus, that would be something just because of developmental stages
Yes.
that I probably wouldn't recommend. But that's something that the facilities.
Can I make one other point?
Yes, sir.
Just from my perspective, I've been here almost 12 years. I have never had any responsibility to the Glen Oaks Middle School site because it was managed by charter schools. So our district has not gone out there to do anything. So all the things that you've seen have been under the management of those charters, and this very myriad of charters that's been out there.
Yes, sir.
That have not really been able or knew how to manage that facility.
Yes, sir, Mr. Munson, that's why I made the comment, that's why I clarified that my comment is not directed at you specifically or in reference to that particular building. My comment is there's a plethora of evidence to show that we have a tendency to kick the can far down the road with these alternative babies because it's an afterthought. Yes, they are some very unique individuals with very unique life circumstances, challenging in terms of how we address their needs. But that should not cause us to continually take the approach that we take. And so thank you for your comment. I'm aware that the charter schools had gotten it, but see, that also causes me to raise the point that I had forgotten about. We saying, oh, we've renovated it, is better than what we have been saying because we had spent money before the state got it. Okay, well, either we spent money before the state got it and that's what caused it to be better, or we spent money before the state got it, the charters got it and tore it up. And that's why it ain't what we said, like, what we doing? I would like to, I'm not voting for this. Now, when I say I'm not voting for it, I need my EBR readiness people to understand that what I'm fighting for is for something better than them begging from going from one pothole to another pothole, and we need to figure it out expeditiously. And I think that we can put our heads together just like we put our heads together. And I'm sure Ms. Ware Jackson, who has more institutional knowledge on this particular comment I'm finna make, could chime in. We figured it out for that Valley Park building when we couldn't figure out simple stuff like proper lighting in that building. We figured it out all of a sudden for it to be used as swing space, not permanent space, but swing space for Baton Rouge High babies. So if we could figure it out then, we can do a better job of figuring these things out now. And I know we can. And I'm just trusting and believing when I vote no, that means we're going to come back with a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins, and again, I'm not in the queue because I've run in the meeting, but I just want to, spot on. First of all, I'm wondering, like, where's the money coming from if we're gonna fix this like mold infested building like within 2 to 3 weeks? Like, where's the money coming from? I know we had phase 1 of our tax plan that was earmarked for alternative education. So maybe there's a pot of money that we could take from there. But I mean, there's a lot of building that we use for quote unquote office space. So if we're okay with sending the kids there, like some of our colleagues have already made, let's just trade that space out and send our adults there. If it's okay for kids, it should be okay for adults. So I'll make a substitute motion that we send this item on with our recommendation, to give us 2 weeks to do what Ms. Collins just asked for, to figure out, A, providing details to the board where the money's coming from, and then B, figuring out additional locations that we can send these kids to. Because she's spot on. Like, it's sad that our kids have to, and our staff and our administrators are literally pleading to go from one burning building to another burning building. It's just not right. So I'll make that substitute motion, that we send this with our recommendation and come together over the next 2 weeks to figure out what we can do with these kids. So, seconded by Mr. Gode. Any additional?
Just a point of order, I just want to make sure, who made the original motion and second?
Mr. Langston, you seconded it.
No,
No,
I seconded it.
so you can't.
I can't make the substitute, sorry.
I will make the substitute motion to pass it without, and Ms. Collins seconds.
I forgot, it's been so long, I forgot I made the second motion. I think Mrs. Dyson is in the queue.
So, gentlemen, can you both come back up, please? So in hearing my colleagues brainstorming about other potentials, that I think is why it's good to get some board input when we're making these kinds of decisions, maybe beforehand. Because maybe we didn't realize some of the things that our colleagues were going to express, and it's only when we hear that we start wondering, you know, what are our alternatives here? What has been considered? What got thrown out? Why? You know, all of those kinds of things. And so, so in the situation where we are now, you know, I'm hearing a lot of concerns, but I'm also getting assurance that those concerns can be addressed and will be addressed. But I have some questions, and I think maybe Mr. Nikes can help me with some of this. So in thinking this through, how many students from Park Forest Middle are going to be moving to Crestworth Middle?
Right at up to about 183.
Okay, so
Right.
under
And the
200
initial, now that's not
students.
counting if anybody comes back who's not from that
Yeah,
school.
right, so maybe
Yep.
220. Okay, so my question is, I know that, you know, we had this, or y'all had this grand plan of making it a different grade configuration, but I don't think that, from my understanding, that we are in a critical shortage of elementary seats in that area. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've got some capacity for elementary students. So, does the Crestworth Middle, does it not make sense to consider these, you know, putting two schools under one roof, as we've seen done in many states?
Are you talking about the alternative school and the middle school, or are you talking about the elementary and the middle?
I'm talking about, you know, maybe we don't need that plan of the Crestworth Middle being K-8. Maybe we need, and but maybe we need to consider, does that make a good spot in a better maintained building?
I think some pieces to consider is, one, the Scotlandville piece for the middle school is part of a tax plan that
Right.
was dedicated to say we have to get those kids
No,
back
I'm
to
not
their-
saying don't put
Yeah,
them
right.
there. I'm saying there's only 200 of
Now,
them.
What I will say is to make room for that school, our original intention was that with the North Bank site, which was renovated about 10 years ago and in really good shape, that's where we were going to recommend moving EBR readiness. However, once the RSD and we negotiated the trade, to get Crestworth, we had to give up North Banks. So that's why Plan B would be to look at the Glen Oaks Middle School campus. Now, as far as additional sites, I think we can brainstorm other areas. The problem is we're very short on options. I mean, we don't have a lot of swing space. We don't have a ton of options to look at, but we could definitely bring a few back for y'all to
So,
review and consider.
My question is, on that first one is, so Crestworth Middle is going to house somewhere between, say, 180 to 220 or
It would
so.
depend on the elementary breakouts.
Well,
Like
but
we may move
we
multiple
don't, the
elementary grades
elementary
there.
doesn't have to be a part of this if we're not screaming with a need for elementary capacity in the area. That, it might have been a grand plan, but maybe this makes more sense because we are going to make sure that Crestworth Middle is up and running and in good condition and all. Is there a
Well-
reason it can't receive both and be enough population there to justify a school?
Well, I think what y'all can do is if you want to look at different options and get creative, either you can move the entire school and make it K-8 in that facility and then have the elementary school convert to something else, alternative possibly. I don't know, those are all options. Those are things, if you give us some leanings on what you would want us to consider,
Wait.
we could come up with options.
Maybe I'm confused. So we are getting Crestworth Middle back from the state.
We already have, yes.
There are no elementary students that are already there, right?
No.
Okay.
Next door, the Crestworth Elementary students are next door.
Okay, so they're next door.
Right.
They stay next door. Then we have a middle school that is intended to be a middle school or a higher grade.
Right.
And we keep the elementary there, and we don't, there's an aversion on this board from some of my colleagues to move EBR readiness to,
Glen Oaks Middle.
Glen Oaks Middle. There is strong aversion to this. So, you know, we might want to consider then how many students, okay, we know how many are coming from Park Forest, and you're saying that the EBR readiness fluctuates and is low this year because of the COVID situation. But typically, at its highest, it's still only like 250, right?
Correct.
At its peak. Okay, so then we're talking about 450 students, which we really, in my opinion, shouldn't be operating any schools under that.
The one thing I would say, I would definitely, I would not advise putting an expulsion center for high school students with any other group of students. That really needs to stay separate. However, those other options that you have about what facilities are going to be moved or considering those pieces, that's something, if y'all have opinions on that, we can definitely factor that into the options we bring back.
And then, you know, where does Brookstown play into all of this? How many students are there? You know, we need Broadmoor Middle as a traditional middle school with its own population that makes sense. But then what does that do with other capacities elsewhere? How many are at Brookstown? Could that be EBR readiness? I mean, I just think that the board maybe needs some ability for discussion and inclusion in have we considered all of our possibilities? And I think, you know, once the board feels like we've been a part of that, then we probably can move on this. So if we do this without recommendation, that'll give us 2 weeks to think through all of the options with open minds and see if this is still the best plan.
Sure. One thing, I don't know if Mr. Shamlin might want to weigh in. The Crestworth piece did pass at the last meeting to begin the process of making it a middle school. So I don't know if that changes. That may have to retake board action. I don't know. I'm just something to consider.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt but that, you know, we have to do something about those Scotlandville area students going to school back closer to home. But we also haven't considered what that does to Park Forest Middle and the capacity there. So we're like always we make these moves, but we've got to also consider what have we done to the sending school, and then how will they repopulate? And we've never been willing to make shifts that take the schools that are busting out of the seams and move so that some become more closer to their capacity. So we've got these severely under capacity schools, we've got these severely over capacity schools, and we're just like moving things around all the time, but it's not seeming that it corrects the extremely under capacity and the extremely over capacity. So I don't know, it's this little bit of piecemealing, I think, that causes me angst, because it's not getting us to a real resolving of the issues. Thank you.
Mr. Howard, excuse me, is there any board?
Go ahead.
Board, there's actually 3 options. I'm sorry. Testing. Currently on the table, there are 3 options. EBR Reading is currently housed at Banks, 72nd Street. We can make some investments to try to improve the conditions of where they're at currently right now, because what I'm hearing from the administrator, they want out now. The other option is that within our facilities, in our inventory, none of the existing facility properties that we have in our inventory is going to take some investments financially to get them up to par to move students in. The third option is to find some way to cohabitate in a good facility. Those are the 3 options that we have on the table right now, because right now the condition that they are in right now is deplorable, and they need to be moved out immediately. And actually, with the Glen Oak site, it's not the best option. It was an option because we did have existing staff, departments that wanted to move into that facility. One department was pre-K. They asked to move out the Kiel Center and they wanted to move on the Glen Oaks campus based off their visit. There are some parts of the campus that are not in good conditions. I will admit that. I worked there as an assistant principal at Glen Oaks Middle in 2004. The 100, 200, and 300 facility, and then you have some renovated science labs that have not been in use that are in relatively good condition. And so the question is, we're going to have to either invest in some existing property that we have, and right now on the table we have, and I'm just going to be honest, we have Eden Park, Greenville, and Broadmoor Middle that are vacant at this time, and all of those properties are not in the best conditions. And probably out of the 3 that I just mentioned, Broadmoor Middle is probably in the worst condition. Other than outside of cohabitating with another school or administrative wing, right now those are only 3 options that we have to get those kids out of the conditions that they're in now.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. I guess my question would be for Ms. Tamara. So when we pass the different phases, because Mrs. Smith has mentioned investment, phase 1 was for alternative education. We've seen in other phases of the tax plan where there's carryover, there's additional money that's left over from projects that started on time. Do we have any money from this is not going into general fund and just finding the money like we do for other things. Do we have money in phase 1 that could potentially go to an investment in one of these options that Mr. Smith just presented? I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting the face numbers wrong. Whichever one is alternative education, maybe 3.
Proposition
Proposition
2
two,
is
yeah,
alternative.
gotcha.
And
That
within
one.
that budget, there's no facilities in that budget. Basically, it's instruction, our preventative staff, which is launched out into traditional schools with deans, TOR, and such, instructional and technology. There's no funding for facilities. Everything that's done with facilities with alternative schools is done through general fund as every other school, or through Proposition 1 with, which was not part of the tax plan.
If I was in court, I would argue that the issue that we're facing here is absolutely instruction, because we're having a problem educating kids because of the conditions of the facilities that they're in. So that's not against you, but I'm just saying, like, to people who make the money decisions, I would argue, and I would go before the board, the oversight committee, and say, this is actually an instruction issue, because we're having an issue instructing our kids because they don't have a building to go in. So that would be my argument.
And that is something we can look at. We're the smallest portion of the tax plan, Proposition 2, but we do have a balance fund that we've kept for years. And so that is something we can look into if that becomes a part of what we need to do to rehabilitate or make a facility in better conditions.
Yeah, and so I'll keep that substitution, because what we're hearing as we continue this conversation is there are potential additional options that we haven't explored that we could, as a collective, explore over the next 2 weeks to come up with a better situation for what's happening at Banks. So with that being said, thank you, Ms. Tamara. Ms. Ware Jackson, have you been?
Well, this is going to sound very familiar, and most familiar to Ms. Dyson. You know what I'm going to say. Maybe it was 2 years ago, we sat in a workshop in a retreat, and we were going to have these working groups. Well, our working group, which was going to be about facilities and attendance lines, got kicked down the road so many times and then totally demolished. Possibly, had we been able to address some of this, maybe we wouldn't be sitting here with the same situation that we come up with. We've heard it a bunch of times. I wish I could get a paycheck for every time something like this comes up, where we regret not having a plan for all of our buildings except for a tax plan, where we need to have the buildings tied to programming, tied to the needs of the children in the district. Proposition 2 covers this group of children, but it's not addressed in Proposition 1 as to where a good facility for the children. I've heard that in the near future, when we look at the strategic plan, that we will also tie in a basic master plan for the district. And I'm hoping that that is true. I don't know when that comes up, but in the meantime, I would be willing to move those children out of that deplorable condition at Banks and move them into a less deplorable condition over at Glen Oaks on a temporary basis. But we definitely need to pay more attention to that group of children that are the most vulnerable and the ones that need the most attention. Some of the problems, they have problems, and that deal with school, may deal with environment, may deal with a lot of different issues, but they need more attention focused on them. And but for now, if we can at least move them into another space, I know it's not the best space, definitely not the best space, compared to how we react to other groups of kids who need space. we really need to examine ourselves on that, policy-wise and in a lot of other areas. But for now, I think it would be important for us to at least get them out of the space that they're begging to get out of. And they've seen the space over at Glen Oaks, the old Glen Oaks Middle. I've never seen that space. I've heard about it. You know, I know that there's a science lab there, and that's at least one positive. And hopefully we can get that cleaned up and have them occupy the space that is the most desirable. And keep in mind that we have to do something in the very near future that would better serve those children, because if we don't do right by them, we're going to feel it. The whole city is going to feel it. And I can't stress how important that is, that we really get a hold of that and do right by those children and those families, because the city depends on it. It's our role is a lot bigger than we give ourselves credit for. This institution, our role is huge in the city, and we've just got to do better by these children. And we need to get a handle on our property and figure out, where our kids are going to go, what's the best use of certain facilities, what kind of programming we need, what we need in the facilities because of the programming, and all of that tied together. We had a little issue a couple of months ago with Belfair because we didn't have the presentation tied to programming, and there was confusion there. And so we've just got to get a better handle on how we address that. So I'm optimistic that we will get this handled in a decent manner, and in the very near future, as we look at the strategic plan, it will also include issues like this, our facilities, and I regret so much that we didn't get a chance to really attack this. I don't know if it was last summer or the summer before. It seems so long ago now. And we'd be so far ahead now if we would just address it, and not stop kicking the can down the road. I don't know why we were avoiding it all that time. It's a mystery to me, but hopefully we will get this taken care of, and we won't keep coming back to the same situation over and over again. Thank you, Vice President Howard.
Thank you, Ms. Wood Jackson. Next in the queue, Mr. Lannis.
So, just so it's clear, this is an emphatic no for me. As I said before, there's no in the world I would send anybody's child to a school that looks this deplorable. And just so we clear, the idea of educating a child, and this is the educator side coming out, putting a board member hat to the side. The idea of educating a child is putting them in a condition that is better than when they leave their home. Now, when I originally spoke, I said that there is gang graffiti around this school. Being that this school is in my district, I know it better than probably anybody because I attended this school, worked at this school, and again, now I represent this school. You're taking students, again, that are the most vulnerable students in our school district, putting them in a school that is in deplorable condition, and putting them at a school where there is gang graffiti at the school. If you think that that is a good idea, you go right ahead. Because I'm telling you, it's the wrong idea. If you wouldn't send your own child there, why would you send somebody else's? Exactly. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't speak some truth on this right here when we talk about charter schools and facilities. Now, we know we have a bad problem whenever people are not inside of buildings and we allow those buildings to sit up, they become dilapidated, they become abandoned. We saw the same thing happen with Crestworth Middle, Prescott Middle, Lanier Elementary, Capitol High School and Estruma High School. Now, the thing that helped us out with Prescott Middle School and Lanier Elementary is that the flood of 2016 allowed us to use insurance money to fix and rehab those buildings back again. Also with FEMA dollars. The only thing that helped us, because those schools are also in deplorable conditions. And we still allow kids to go inside of those buildings because we're receiving money from those charter operators. Is it right? No. And we know it's not right. Let's be honest tonight. I'm not trying to shame the board, but we know that some things that we do is just not right. So who's going to speak up and say, this is just common sense? It's just not right. Just like the idea of trying to take Crestworth Middle School, a middle school that is supposed to take on middle school kids, and then you want to merge it, or the idea of merging a alternative school with a middle school. Come on, people. Here's a suggestion, though. Let's take Woodlawn Elementary and Shenandoah and combine the two, and then send EBR readiness to a school in that district. Now, you see the look on your face? That's exactly how we feel when you say things like that. Because the taxpayers in your district would not allow you to do it, and you wouldn't do it anyway. But to suggest that we do it in districts that look like mine, it goes without saying, it's a direct slap in the face, because we know it's not right, yet we still put up these ideas as though it's something that we should be doing for our kids. Come on, we're better than this. We know better than this. This is my only ask. Can we tour all of the facilities that we named tonight? Not one time did anybody say, let's use this building that we're inside right now. It's beautiful, it's clean, it has enough space. We're talking about less than 100 kids. Why not use this building? It would take very little to get the desk over here. You already got the equipment set up. But not one time did anybody suggest that we use a building like this. We're just gonna go stick our kids inside of dirty, abandoned buildings. I'm not going for that, because if the idea is that they're supposed to be the future, let's treat them like such. I don't care where we meet them. I'm not voting to send kids inside of buildings that look like that. It's wrong, and it should be against the law.
Thank you, Ms. Lund. Ms. Bernard. Ms. Bernard. Ms. Collins. I'll come back to you. Oh, you're in the queue.
I just want to say, well, and I probably don't necessarily need to, but since I'm on the mic now, two things. One, again, my frustration is not geared towards one staff person, not the presenters of the proposal, because again, this whole recommendation is indicative of the culture of the district with regard to this particular thing. And so then I don't want anybody to feel like I'm just going off on whoever presented or what have you. And so then my other thing too, I just want to mention, and my colleague, Ms. Ware Jackson, had mentioned a willingness. I just want to raise up, not necessarily to go against, but just raise up that my concern is, just like has been expressed on some other matters, if we say we're going to do this as a temporary thing, it's just not going to come back to us. Just like EBR readiness was put into the Banks building for the 2016 flood, they were already in another building. They needed to move to allow another school that was flooded with a higher capacity of children into the space that they were in. And here we are 4 years later, nobody bothered to revisit the situation to get them back in better space. That is why I'm so adamant about not moving forward with this in this way. And so I just wanted to mention that, and then that's all. And then can we please, is there any public comment about this particular agenda item? I just, Corona,
I would be remiss if I did not say publicly that it is unfortunate that while coronavirus numbers are going up, while we are doing our due diligence on how we meet in public with our social distancing and requiring a mask and thermometers, et cetera, temperature checks, excuse me, that when public have justified concern on not being present in this building, but still want to actively engage in the process, I don't understand why we don't do the best we can to facilitate that. And I know that there is legitimate concern that sometimes people will get on there and they might be in New York somewhere, okay? There are simple things we can do to maybe not completely resolve stopping that from happening, but we can do things to mitigate those very valid concerns that will still allow the public to comment online, especially while we're hitting our third wave across the nation and we have broken record numbers in terms of the hard numbers as well as the rates of infection. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Ms. Dyson.
I would like for us to possibly consider, I know we have the plan to have Buchanan use Polk for their swing space while UT is being built. And I'm wondering if it might be better, since it hasn't been vacant too long when Flame moved. And I'm wondering, could the previous Flame facility serve as the swing space for Buchanan? And then, are we not better to use renovated Polk with a second story that we are not able to send the little ones upstairs in classrooms? So we're, it's a two-story building, so we have limitations with elementary students there. And would it be something that we should consider the previous Polk as the swing, not a permanent something, but a swing, and then house these students in a nicely renovated Polk, the EBR readiness? Is that something we can consider? The previous Flame facility is in close proximity with the Buchanan UT area, and I'd like us to think through that.
Okay.
Well, just before you address, thank you, Ms. Dyson. I think that is the purpose of the substitute motion, is so for the next, we don't have to iron all of the potential options out here.
Thank you. I would
So-
like to hear from you, Mr. Munson.
Yeah, I'm just making it clear that we don't have to go through every single option because there's a million options, but the purpose of the substitute motion is so that we can discover these options so that we can move along, because we also have additional items. But you can address Ms. Dyson's concern, but for the remainder of the time, like, that's the purpose of the substitute motion.
Thank
Is
you.
to have these conversations.
Well, the children that we are trying to address here are high school age
Fine.
students. And so the facility at Glen Oaks Middle School is really like a high school itself, with the gymnasium there and all the other facilities that are there. And so that was the lure.
Right.
And so just like all of our other facilities that we've had in our district, at one point it got to the point that they needed to be renovated. That's what this site is like. It just needs to be get some attention so we can repurpose the facility. And so that would be my response to it. And I really would like to, if anyone was interested, because if you would, you can imagine several administrators have visited this site through tours from my perspective. And they saw the vision, they saw the potential, and they loved the idea of moving there with those changes to the facility. I would love to invite anyone here that would like to have that same tour with me so I can show you what they saw. And, you know, if you can just let me know, I would I can do it in the morning. The facility is just that ready. You can see it first thing in the morning.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
think that there's a few board members that have real reservations
Right.
that might really benefit from going and having a walkthrough with you guys. And I think that could be productive during this 2-week time period.
Thank you. The board is clear. We have a substitute motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Nikes. Substitute motion on the floor is I know, I'm going. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what the substitute motion is before we go public. Ms. Armick, if you could read the substitute motion just into the record before we go to public comment.
Substitute motion to send the item to the full board without recommendation to consider the request for the approval to relocate EBR Readiness High School campus from Old Banks Elementary on 72nd Avenue to Glen Oaks Middle School.
Thank you. At this time, we'll entertain comments from the public.
Hello, I have several comments. First, Ms. Dyson, Polk Elementary is in use by, as of October 1st, 217 University Terrace students. There's no point in bumping them. I'm glad Mr. Munson offered a tour. I hope all 9 of you board members take him up on that offer. I would hope before the next meeting in 2 weeks, there's a slide ready to present that shows an aerial view, and he can very carefully talk about which building 100 is and 200 and what he plans to do about the running track and whether that auditorium can ever be renovated for use or if he needs to have a bulldozer driven through it. I think moving from Banks to Glen Oaks is probably a perfectly reasonable one-semester solution. I think it's only a one-semester solution. You've got 1 semester to figure out what the plan is for what to do about alternative education. Somebody asked about enrollment, and this is October 1st, so these numbers are all low, so that's why they'll be so ridiculous. But the elementary school campus, wherever that is, and I've lost track of where it is this week, but they had 14 students on October 1st. The middle school campus, which I think is on DeSoto at the old Beechwood Elementary, they had 22. And the EBR Readiness Superintendent Academy had 26. Now, of course, those numbers will go up, but we're not talking about a lot of students, and so it would be a waste of the Glen Oaks Middle School campus for that to be long-term. Before you decide what to do with that campus long-term, somebody needs to give a clear report on whether it works to have middle school students at the Glen Oaks High School campus, or if that was a mistake and you need to fix up the middle school campus, either with renovated buildings or several buildings replaced with new buildings, so that can be the new Glen Oaks Middle School. I'm disturbed every time I hear that administrators are going to yet another vacant school. There needs to be a long-term plan for consolidating, not distributing administrators, so that if somebody wants to do business with a couple offices or doesn't know who to talk to, they can go to the school board office and get their issues resolved instead of being sent to one of about 8 or 10 different schools where there's space, let me have an office there. That needs to stop. You need long-term planning for this alternative education, and it needs to happen soon. And if you're vacating Banks Elementary, you better have the bulldozers there in a month or 2 with a long-term plan. So if the plan is approved to move from Banks to Glen Oaks Middle because Banks is uninhabitable and can't be repaired, there should be a demolition request on the same or the next meeting, 1 agenda item lower. And finally, allow me a few extra seconds, if you would. Not reading the comments the people have submitted online may be legal, but it's wrong. Read the public comments. Thank you.
Additional comments from the audience.
I'm a little short. My bad. I'm a little short. The Bible says, "He who is without sin cast the first stone." Most of these children that attend alternative schools have made a mistake, and yet we're punishing them by subjecting them to condemned buildings and inhabitable conditions. These conditions are conditions that if you were a landlord, you would be subjected to litigation. So why are we subjecting children to those same standards? This is how you push children into the school to prison pipeline and have them enter into juvenile detention, because they would do any and everything to get out of such a deplorable condition to go to somewhere better. This is why so many children are being bused every single day to other schools in our school system. This is why so many of our children are going to charter schools who don't give a damn about them, but they will go there because the building is a little better. So when I ask, why did it take this long for us to have this much of a passionate discussion in regards to keeping children, which the majority of these children at the alternative schools are children that are covered by IDEA, Title II, Title IX, ADA. I have gotten up here and talked about these laws so many times, and so many times I am ignored. But do you ignore litigation? No, because every single school board meeting, we actually have 5 minutes and longer where we read lawsuits that are pending against our school system. Some of the things that I have heard tonight that gave me great pause was to hear that this building was in a deplorable condition and has been that way for a long time, and it was under the conditions like that from a charter, which is more reason for why we should not approve charters, because they do not take care of anything when it comes to the children. We had a plan that I spoke against before, where we said that we would have 2 alternative schools, one on each end of the schools of the parish. That was approved. I didn't hear y'all discuss that tonight, because that was an option. We could have the children spaced out. My memory served me correct, we said it was due to gangs. So that was the reason that we needed to have them separated. That has not come up tonight. Also, we have, the Bible speaks and it says, faith, hope, and love. And of these 3, the greatest gift is love. A lot of these children have adverse childhood experiences. Some have been inflicted by trauma, and yet we have not thought about the mental capacity in which these children have and how we can actually help them. A lot of these children only need love. Love. Love is a 4-letter word, but it's not so hard to give. As I stand here before you, I speak to you from my heart, telling you that I love you, but I love these children more. And I think that if we're going to take care of our children, because when I become a senior citizen, I am going to need that care, I think that we need to focus on those children. So let's give them that proper love, and let's send them to a place where they can get that love. And if you can't think of a place, Northeast Elementary is a great start, because they actually care about the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional public comments, we'll go back to the board. Mr. Gode.
Just one quick question, because I think in some respects, the state charter schools have gotten a little bit thrown under the bus on some of these issues. Those charter schools that were in our buildings, they did not get some of the local revenue distributed to them. So there was almost $1,000 per student per year withheld from state charters, because we as the EBR parish was responsible, or were responsible, I guess it's correct English, were responsible for major repair items and capital issues at those schools. For about the past 4.5 years, we declined to spend that money in those schools. So I'm not saying that the state charters were perfect, but a lot of the money that wasn't spent to keep up those schools were choices that were made by the East Baton Rouge Parish school system. Now, in trying to work to bring the recovery school districts back into our system, we have again now finally started spending for capital improvements at those schools like we were required to by law, but we're not doing. So I don't want everyone to go away thinking that the state-run charter schools trashed our schools or did anything like that. A lot of that was the lack of investment that we were required to do that we chose not to do. So just to be clear in all of that, I don't want to unfairly paint them as being poor tenants for a lot of this. So just to set the record straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Mr. Lannis.
I just want to say thank you, President Gode, for laying out very plain and clear what the truth has been. When I came on this board and I looked at the reserves for capital improvement, that's supposed to go towards charter schools, we had a tune of $34 million. And he just literally laid it out. Every single time somebody put in a request to have something fixed, we just kept denying. Nope, we're not gonna fix it. Nope, we're not gonna fix it. And we make it seem like they were doing wrong, but no, we also had an equal responsibility that we never changed. But this is what I will say because somebody just came on the mic and spoke to it. When you talk about those students, and this is what I mean when I say vulnerable. If you look at how many students at EBR Readiness have exceptionalities, or 504 plans, I'm willing to bet there's over 80% of that school. Now, you correlate that to how many people inside of the juvenile detention center at Ryan's have exceptionalities that opt not to go to school and they're doing some type of criminal activity. It's a direct correlation to what's happening at schools that they attend that look like EBR Readiness. They feel left behind, they feel forgotten about, so they turn to things and people that have their back and that's gonna look out for them. I'm not saying this as somebody that think they know what they're talking about. I'm saying as somebody that went through it, that has friends that have been through it, that went to these schools before, alternative school settings, and never came back, and they turned to a life of crime. So you wanna set the record straight? Let's set it straight then. Put them inside of better buildings, point blank, period.
Thank you. Ms. Collins.
I just want to mention that I don't know that the whole weight of blame could be on the district or the state charter, because some of what was going on was a distinction between what is a repair that was never repaired and became a maintenance issue, and what was a legitimately outright maintenance issue that perhaps the district did drop the ball on. I'm not arguing that the district was 100% right in the past or the charter was 100% right or wrong. I just want to raise up that since comments were made that the district didn't act appropriately, that perhaps there were many instances where it was not quite one way or the other. Because I would just hate for us to throw 100% blame at the district on something that may not have been that way. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, could you please repeat the motion and we will go to vote.
Substitute motion to send the item to the full board without recommendation to consider the request for the approval to relocate EBR Readiness High School campus from Old Banks Elementary on 72nd Avenue to Glen Oaks Middle School.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
That's not moved up on the screen.
It's not, that's the original, it's gonna only show the original motion until y'all vote.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is item D7, policy water excess. Consideration of a request to adopt the following policy: fecal water bottle and filling stations, water bottle staff, and JCDAG water bottles, students, and provide for related matters. This time I'll entertain a motion. I will move. Seconded by Mr. Gode. Oh, that's fine. At this time, we do have a brief presentation or introduction from the American Heart Association.
Mr. Howard, excuse me, who made the motion and second?
I made the motion, Mr. Gode seconded.
Good evening. Thank you so much for giving me some of your time tonight. My name is Ashley EBR. I'm Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association here in Louisiana. As you guys know, water access is a hugely important for students. But I have a question. What is the germiest item in a school? the water fountain. The policy in front of you will provide for bottle filling stations and more water access for all students in East Baton Rouge Parish. Those bottle filling stations would be upon renovation or construction of a new school. While we are all grappling with the new norm, the CDC highly recommends bottle filling stations and water bottles for students to mitigate contact and keep germ transmission low. We truly appreciate your support of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we'll go with comments from the audience. Seeing no comments, back to the board. Madam Secretary. Sorry.
Please vote. Motion carries.
The motion carries. The next item for consideration is item D8. It is a demolition of the University Terrace Elementary. It is a consideration of a request for the authorization for staff to advertise, accept the low bids, meeting specifications, and make the award of contract for demolition of University Terrace Elementary School as specified, and make the award of the contract for demolition of University Terrace Elementary as specified in the A-Plan, Improve Facilities Technology, Discipline, and Compensation in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. The plan as revised through February 22nd, 2018, or reject any and all bids for just cause in accordance, with Louisiana Public Bid Law, Louisiana Revised Statute, Title 38, Chapter 10. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Gode, seconded by Ms. Jackson.
Ms. Dyson had a request to speak prior.
It just appeared in my queue. Ms. Dyson.
Well, the person that I was directing it to has left. The item is over, so thank you anyway.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Yes. Ms. Jackson. Questions or comments from the board? Seeing none. Comments from the audience?
I promise not to take 3 minutes this time. First, I think it's unfortunate that you're tearing down a building that's, 10 years old. You just built that preschool quad or whatever it is on the land you bought from the Emerge board. So in the future, I would hope we wouldn't be building brand new buildings just to bulldoze them 10 or 15 years later. Second, your construction advisor alarmed me pretty severely when he said you were planning on building this $20 million building below base flood. I hope I misunderstood him. If you're actually planning on building a $20 million that's designed to be flooded, I think that's wrong. But go ahead and tear the old one down, I guess. I just hope you have a better plan for what goes in place of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. We will return back to the board for additional questions. And I would just take this opportunity just to uplift the same thing that I mentioned on the previous item when we're talking about demolition, that we, in the future, or when we start making plans for construction of buildings, selling, moving kids, like demolition has to be, I don't know if we need to start a need-based funding or something, but we can't continue to leave just schools just sitting in areas. So if we're going to demolish, we need to demolish every time we decide to move, so that these random schools are not just sitting inside of communities. So I just wanted to uplift that. Any additional question? Mr. Gode.
Yes, just for clarity, the demolition of the University Terrace is in anticipation of rebuilding on that same site.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not vacating the site or doing anything like that. And Mr. Finney, I totally agree with you. And that also, as far as tearing down a quad that was built only about 10 years ago, that shows, in my opinion, the lack of a strategic plan. And that's the kinds of things that we
are really trying to focus on here, and that's gonna be one of the first things we're gonna do when we have a new superintendent in place. We've already given out an RFQ to attract a firm to work with us to do that strategic plan. So I'm in 100% agreement with you, but we kind of are where we are, and we have to move forward because we have to get that building built so we can move Buchanan out, so we can tear down Buchanan, so we can do the renovations and things at McKinley High School. So all of these are daisy chained together, so we need to move forward on the demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. Any additional questions or concerns from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Motion carries.
The motion carries, thanks. Our next item for consideration is item D9. It's the University Terrace site land purchase. It's a consideration of a request for the following. Authorized to seek the approval, of the Oversight Committee to use dedicated tax plan proceeds to purchase property related to the construction of the new University Terrace school site. Approve the use of proceeds of the future sale of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board property to reimburse the tax plan for the purchase of property related to the new University Terrace school site. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Gode, and I'll entertain a second. Are you seconding? Seconded by Mr. Blue. Any questions or comments from the board? Let me pull up the queue. I don't see any. Is this new, Mr. Gode? Is your request new? Mr. Gode?
It's Ms. Dyson.
Oh, okay. That was for Ms. Dyson.
So, when we discussed this, help me understand this. When we discussed this earlier tonight, when Mr. Kurtz was here and he showed us the different sites for potential acquisition, I was thinking that was only for information only. Is this not the same that we were discussing earlier? I thought it was given when he was here as information only.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Kurtz's presentation actually gave the board an overview of a number of property situations. McKinley High, UT,
Right.
And the Southeast Baton Rouge High School properties. That was merely for information to prepare the board for, in addition to the property selection in 2 weeks, to give you additional information on other projects. This item is a separate item, and it is structured to deal with the purchase of additional properties at the UT site. So the information for this was in the earlier presentation, but this is a separate item the board is voting on.
So this is no time in between, except for the minutes that we've been here during this meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
So my thought was we were going to be thinking about this because it was for information only, and we were going to think through,
Yeah.
if we want to even, if we can even.
Yeah, it was my understanding, if you don't mind, Ms. Dyson, it was my understanding that that applied to the selection of the Southeast Baton Rouge High School properties. The idea was to give the board, I believe, 2 weeks at the regular board meeting to make that selection. The UT decision, I don't believe there was ever a decision to hold that for 2 weeks. I believe that was always the intent of Mr. Gode and the board leadership to bring it to the board tonight for consideration.
And then I think we had some land in, that we were looking at for information only with McKinley High.
That's correct, and that's not before the board.
Right. I'm
now.
wondering why this one is different.
The UT project is currently underway, and so a decision has to be made about property selection.
Thank you.
Mr. Lannis.
Yes, so the item that we're currently looking at, or the land purchase, does this include the entire land purchase or just the additional parts?
I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. This has to do with the selection of of properties that are bordering the current UT site, not the purchase of the entire site. We own the current UT site.
Right.
These are the properties that border the site.
Okay. Okay. So I'll just say again, because it was already understood earlier, that this is not something that is absolutely necessary that we have to do. This is just this is just an add-on. And as I said before, in the terms of equity, I just don't think that it's fair that we have other places that we need improvements, but we're not utilizing or adding additional dollars to those places. So I think that in terms of myself, I'm going to vote no, and I'm going to stick with the original plan because it's not needed. So that's enough said by me.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Mr. Godey.
Yes, give you a little bit of the thought behind this. Out in this section of the parish, we have closed Arlington, and that school is never going to be reopened as a school because of the railroad siting and things. So the thought here was that we could go ahead, as soon as we were holding on to Arlington as a possible swap in the location of one of the sites, the LSU site in the southeast or southwest or southern part of the parish. So if that is not our choice, Arlington is surplus property that we will never put a school on or never have a facility on because of the school. So the thought here was we could go ahead and sell that property. And this is a school, UT is a school that services mid-city kids because Buchanan is coming out of this. Buchanan and UT will all be at that school. It is a very high minority school district, attendance zone. So this is giving money to the kids who need it, and this is giving money to the students where it is. This will make that site much safer. Is it absolutely required to build on it? No, I'm not going to lie and say that it's absolutely required. But it does make the site cheaper to build on because it gives sewer access at a much lower level, which impacts the building costs. Mr. Williams did not mention that, but it does lower the cost of the building by the site. It also provides for safer egress and exit from the site, separates the bus lanes from the carpool lanes. So is it required? No, it's not absolutely required. Is it very desirable and probably the right thing to do for a building that's going to be there for 50 years? Yes. Does it provide direct access to a rec park across the street, which the kids can utilize? Yes. So for $200,000, again, it's 1% of the total cost of the building. For $200-something thousand to buy those 5 lots, to me, is not wasting money when we're setting that building up to last for 50 years. And I do believe it's an equity issue, and I think those children in the mid-city and other folks deserve everything that everyone else gets. And if as we rebuild and redo schools in other districts, we spent a lot of money on tracks and everything else in Glen Oaks, which was very deserved. I'm glad that we did it. But we're not being selective on how we're doing this, and we can't do anything because of someone else or do something else. We got all the money to do a struma up in that part of the parish. That was not in a tax plan. So trying to find a way to pay for this by selling excess land in Arlington, to be able to pay for this, I think is a prudent way to go. It's land that we're never going to use. And quite honestly, there's a lot of other property, we talked about earlier about, a couple of months ago, we talked about selling banks, and now we're talking about holding banks and running a bulldozer over it. But we have to get to the point where we start selling some of these properties to monetize some of the stuff on properties we're not going to use. And if we're not going to use that money, if we're not going to use the property of Arlington, let's sell it and put it to something where the kids in mid-city and stuff can actually use it. And it'll be a good use for them and a good use for their parents and a good use for the staff. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godey. Ms. Bernard.
This item appears to actually be 2 actions. A is to authorize staff to seek the approval of the Oversight Committee to use dedicated tax plan proceeds to purchase property related to the construction of the new University Terrace school site. But you referred, Mr. Gode, to 5 properties. I see 11 on the list, and I see a total cost of estimated $816,150 dollars. Why, I'm
May I
very-
have your permission to address that?
Yeah, and then I need to go back to the.
The only properties we'd be very interested in buying at this point in time are just the 5 lower properties, the empty properties, and the one with the house that is not livable in. We would not be looking at purchasing the other properties up at the top, so it's a $250,000.
Okay, but that's not in the presentation, and it's not in the motion.
It's in the well, we can amend the
Presentation has
motion.
11.
We can amend the motion to say that if you'd like. I have no problem with that, but the intention was only those 5 lots, because those are the ones that we need to get access for bus lanes and everything else and give us access. What is that, Astor Street that faces? So those are the only ones that are really needed. The others would be extra.
So your motion actually is to purchase properties number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
And I will take that as a friendly amendment.
But I'm not done.
And I'm okay with changing it as well, since I seconded it.
Okay, but
Do you want to make a friendly amendment, Ms. Menard? Or you still?
I don't care, I'm not even done.
Okay.
But if y'all are doing it, take the amendment. Go ahead and take the amendment, and then let me finish what I'm.
Okay.
Okay, all right, because that needs to be done. Those other 4 properties total significantly more than these, and if these are the ones that you need, then I do recommend that you do that. The other 4 properties actually total $553,750, and one of them is an estimated value of $122 a square foot.
It has a house on it that people are living in, that's just been redone.
I mean, it's just redone. I see, okay. That seems very high for the square footage, quite honestly. But I'm not even going to comment on that since it's not part of the motion. Okay, so Part B is to approve the use of proceeds of the future sale of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board property to reimburse the tax plan for the purchase of property related to the new University Terrace school site. So it's a little bit open-ended because you don't specify which properties that we would sell. You talked about Arlington, you talked about Banks. None of that is in your motion, but I'm concerned about doing this. It's not something that's in the tax plan. I have a question. Mr. Shamlin, to your knowledge, have we ever purchased land that was not named in the tax plan?
Okay, I want to make sure I understand your question.
Have we?
Historically, have we ever purchased property
Yeah, that wasn't named in the tax plan.
with
that wasn't
tax funds
specified.
not named in the tax plan? I am not aware of a situation like that. I'm not aware of a particular situation where we purchased land with tax funds that wasn't specifically named.
Okay. Also, the 200, let's see what the amount is estimated to be. $252,400 estimated for the acquisition of those 5 properties. That can't come out of the money already allocated to UT, so.
It could if but that just reduces what they could use for building.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of a trade-off there because you're actually going above and beyond what's in the tax plan. I don't know what the Oversight Committee is going to say about this. I really don't know. I know that they're very cautious. I know that they want to adhere strictly to what the voters have voted. So this is adding something to a project. The way I understand that the motion is worded is that you're going to increase the value of the project by this amount.
May I respond?
Yes.
It's your floor.
Please.
In my conversations with the Oversight Committee, I'm not going to speak for them. My conversations with the Oversight Committee was that because this is a named project and this is all within the named project, they don't view this as a major change to the project. And if we want to take the money out of the construction budget and buy the land with that, I don't think they're going to have a problem with that, because none of that is located, none of that is in the detail of what's in the tax plan. The tax plan just said rebuild rebuild a school on that site combining UT and Buchanan. So it is not a new project. It is a change of design scope on the project. So if we want to take money out of the budget and buy that land and reduce the amount of what the kids would get in the buildings, we could do that. What I was trying to do is buy that land, which makes a whole bunch of sense to buy that land and trade off. We have land that the McMahon Center's trying to buy from us right now. That's a couple $100,000. We've got Arlington we can sell. There's different things that we have in the hopper right now of land that we can sell. And I didn't want if we're gonna not take it from the project, the oversight committee needs to be able to be repaid for it. And so that was the whole purpose of the thing. If we want to say, let's cut the value of the building down by $250 and buy the land, I think that can be done. That's not part of the oversight. I mean, you know.
Okay.
It's a named project.
Okay.
Yeah, that does not, I'm sorry to jump in, but to answer that question, clarify, if you do it that way, there's no reason to go to the oversight committee.
Correct.
You're staying within the
So
budget.
if we buy it out of the project, there's no reason to go to the oversight committee. This was trying to keep the budget for the building and everything intact.
Okay. Well, we have 2 weeks to think about this and
Sure.
to talk about this again. I guess I'll send it to, go ahead and vote to send it to the consent agenda. I know it's probably going to get pulled, though, to have a larger conversation. But just for the sake of not belaboring the point any longer. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Menard. And I just also want to agree to some of the points made just before as we have the conversation. And I said this earlier, but I just want to reiterate because it's back on the agenda item. We've budgeted the amount of money that it's cost to what we would consider in the tax plan to redo the school. There's already, the expert has said that we've already been in the phases to where we're basically at development, which means that if you're talking to principals, if you're talking to people who work inside the school, I would think that every cent is already allocated for it. So if we were to reduce the budget at this point, we would literally be taking away from students inside the building. And then if we look at the other side of it, if we spend additional money that we don't, Ms. Lopez, if we had to spend additional $200,000 for this project, where would the money come from? I'm sorry to call you on the spot, but I just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding.
So as you know, CSRS is the one who maintains our budget and everything. And after speaking to them, we had about $1.2 million rollover from phase 3. However, that is being used to cover the revenue deficits because of sales tax not coming in. So basically, we don't have any rollover for these buildings in the budget. It would have to come from either the UT project or from another project. And again, we have Crestworth and the possibility of RSD schools coming back and not knowing their condition. These are things, food for thought.
No, and I just wanted to uplift that for the board as we make this decision. It's not about not wanting to make the decision or make an investment if we absolutely needed it for the sake of the tax planned item. But we are literally going to be tapping into things that we don't even know. And we talk about budget deficits year after year after year after year. We can't pay our employees more money. We can't give teachers raises. And so to utilize money for something that's not a necessity in the moment, I think is something that we need to think about. And so I would not support this motion as written, because I believe that we budgeted a certain amount, and I don't want to take away from the people inside of buildings who have already made a plan. And I think they probably will need more. We're probably going to have to find more money for programming and staffing and all of those things, because it's going to be such an attraction because it's a new school. So I just would caution us as a board to think about that as whatever decision we decide to make tonight. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. When I originally wanted to speak, I realized when I seconded it, we had not clarified whether we were talking about all of the properties or just the primary properties, and think we've answered that. It was just the primary properties, which totaled the 250,000. What is that? Is that 1% of the budget? So, and Mr. Gode, you'd mentioned that if we were able to purchase those primary properties, it could decrease the cost of construction because of access to the sewer. Is that right? I don't know.
I'll let Mr. Williams.
I don't know how much we're talking about saving, if that could cancel out.
So, you know, right now in the development of the project, we're actually doing the surveying, so there's no way to determine what's going to be saved or not. We're in the surveying process. All we have is the boundary of the existing site. So finding utilities where we connect, that's all in the process of being gathered by the surveying crew. Surveying crew and the civil engineer are the same firm, so we're not going to have any inconsistencies between the two. Also, to talk about the point made about the flood elevation, we can't get, when you do a survey, it determines where the building elevation is. You cannot start construction if you're not higher than your flood elevation. It's impossible. And you won't, even if you somehow got it past that point and you built the building, you won't get an occupancy certificate because you have to do a final elevation certificate, which validates that you have built it where you said you were going to build it. So there's no, the numbers that we have are based off of construction cost estimates of similar projects right now. As we go through and develop, we will be able to take a look at the numbers that we have and get it more accurate. But for right now, we're using some of the cost per square foot that was provided on a similar project, which would be Park Elementary. So the type of construction and the quality of the materials on the inside would be on the level of a Park Elementary. But you know, the anticipation, like I said, of construction cost increase as we look at the effects of COVID and Laura, we have that amount kind of estimated that we're going to have to use in order to accommodate for some of that. I don't think we're going to get the cost for park today.
So I guess if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying there's really not a lot of room in that $25 million, or you're not anticipating a lot of room. So hypothetically, if we took $250,000 from that original budget to use for this property purchase, are you saying that it would be more difficult now to come up with that $250,000?
You know, well, I mean, if we had a typical situation with a typical project and we didn't have cost increases due to national disasters and also a cost increase due to programmatic needs of the school itself, then absolutely I would be able to tell you that we could swing probably the whole 800. You know, because typically on projects we do have a significant chunk coming back, and that's because of the unknown, and that's what we use in our estimating. But, you know, to share and be upfront, I'll share with you, with the board, kind of the estimate that we have in our spreadsheet. So we have a $25 million project. We're going to anticipate that 20 million of that is going to be used for construction. That's taking into consideration the COVID and Laura. Now, we do have a contingency of, that leaves a contingency of about 1.6 million. You got demo the building, that's going to be 400 to 500,000. Now, then you talk about normal things that happen as a result of construction. When you put the heavy machinery in the ground, you don't know what you're going to find. You don't know the effect of the weather. But I can tell you the change order amounts that are either owner-driven, like Mr. Howard was talking about, get in, we start, principal says they need whatever, or the documents are missing some information, or the contractor makes a mistake. These are typical things. We've been running relatively low and under the industry standard as it relates to errors and omissions. But I'll go through the last 3 projects that we've done, and I'll give you the total amount of change orders that have been put on the project. So for Broadmoor Elementary, that was $622,000 of additional changes that happened after the contract was signed, whether it's stuff that the client wants, stuff that got messed up, or something that was forgotten, or something that, you know, for instance, if you look at when this school is being completed, you're in the rainy season, so a lot of times, specifically like what happened in Broadmoor, once you dig out the old school, the old building, you dig out the foundation, you got to repack the dirt, bring the dirt back up, then it rains. And it rains while you're doing other stuff, and then you get to where you're going to have to, we anticipate having to do some, you know, some adjustments to help the contractor out in order to meet the schedule. In Broadmoor, we had to get 2 steel erecting crews and 2 concrete crews. So that's $622,000 that got added. On Park, there was $993,000 of change orders that had to be completed for the same reasons. Jefferson is at $625,000. So, you know, you're at $600 to $1 million of anticipated. So that leaves you, if we take 600, 400 for the demo of the building, you know, you're running really close to where we are. A lot of that does depend on the bid cost and how competitive the bids are. So, you know, I just want to be clear about that to let you know where we are and how we get to the numbers that we have in our spreadsheet that we use to manage the project.
Well, forgive me if you already answered this, but if we did have access to those properties, would there be any savings in construction cost if we did have access to those properties?
I think there's a possibility for it. I think the closer you are to utilities, the better. It's just not. It's an amount that can't be quantified right now because we don't know where the utilities are.
Yeah.
And we don't know where we're going to connect. We have a general layout for the school that we're using in that process, but you know, it could be, you know, but you're also adding paving. You're also adding the, you know, so it's a trade. You may net a gain, or you may net a loss.
All right. I think that's all the questions I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Landis.
Thank you, Vice President Howard. I just wanted to comment on a few things that were discussed earlier. And since we're talking about equity, I'll be remiss if we didn't go into this discussion. I just want to remind a few people, because I heard Glen Oaks High School being brought up in terms of construction track. One, Glen Oaks High School was supposed to be rebuilt in the early 2000s. However, it was passed up because there was an emergency rebuild for Woodlawn High School. That's part one. Part two, I don't want us to forget the fact of what happened in 2016. So the building was supposed to be rebuilt early 2000s. It was passed over. 2016, the flood happened. 60% of the school was boarded up while kids were still inside of the buildings. So in terms of equity, that school deserved to be rebuilt. One, because it was passed up the first time. Two, because 60% of the school was boarded up and students were inside of the buildings. So it deserved to be fixed. I heard Estruma High School, parts of the school still have not been fixed, including the auditorium. So when we talk about money, let's dedicate money where there is a need. Those students do not have access to the auditorium at their school, and that school is rebuilt. That's a problem. In terms of signage, for the last time I checked, Lee High School still has not received the money that it needs to put up all the signage at the building. The community gave their part, we have not contributed ours. While we're talking about equity, a need versus a want. Lastly, the middle school that we've been talking about for quite some time in my district. Let's talk about equity on this. So because I don't have a standalone middle school, this is what's been happening at Forest Heights. The students are opting not to go to the high school because there is no middle school for them to feed into to go to the high school. So you know what happens? Those students have to go to school on the other side of town, either the southeast or to a Struma Middle School. What in turn happens? When they get out of middle school, they don't come back to my district. They go to Lee High School, either Baton Rouge High School, or they go to Scotlandville because they don't have an option. Now, you know what this does in terms of equity? Well, let's discuss it. My enrollment at my high school is low. How can I reasonably expect the enrollment to go up when I don't have a standalone middle school for the students to feed into? Not even asking for a new school. We're talking about combining the school with the property next door to fix all of the things we talked about, the auditorium expansion, as well as the parking lot. We have more than enough money left over. We even talked about shared spaces. But when we had these discussions about parts of things in my district that need to be done, I was told, let's wait till a strategic plan takes place. This is the problem with that. When is a strategic plan going to take place? All the while, my kids do not have a middle school to feed into. I was told, you can't raise any more extra dollars. If it calls for you getting any more extra money, I'm going to vote no by a certain board member. I said, okay. We went back to the drawing board. We figured out how to make it work. We brought in the staff. We brought in senior staff from central office. We brought in the principals from both schools, and we figured out how to make it work. What has happened? Absolutely nothing. And we know there's an equitable problem. I have so many elementary schools, no middle school for these students to feed into. I rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Dyson.
I just wanted to, just for the record, we did purchase land with the Dew Frock renovation. So that was one school where we did buy some lots, and I just wanted to, and I'm not sure, because I can remember a lot, but I'm not sure if we, I don't remember that we didn't stay within the budget allocated when we purchased the land. So I do believe that we stayed on time and on or under budget on all of the projects that we had done. And so I think it must have gone into the total budget, and we were able to purchase those properties within the allocated budget. But that was a situation where we did purchase some additional land surrounding.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. That was before my time, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Dyson. And Mr. Gooder.
I think one of the things I want to keep coming back to, well, two things. One, Mr. Williams, you clearly told me earlier that the sewer connection, if we had these lands, would be at a much lower level, which would lead to reduced construction costs as opposed to going to the sewer lines up at the top of Roosevelt Street. So there is a considerable chance that there will be construction savings from having this. Second thing is, I know you said that it is not necessary to have that land to fit the building, but could you describe to me what the carpool situation would be on Roosevelt Street?
We, the carpool situation, the issues that we have in the district are about the queuing out in the road. So
Yes.
what we have is we have two we have a clockwise and a counterclockwise driveway. So we have buses coming in where they can come in and go one way and back out, and the cars come in and go the opposite way and drop off underneath a central covered walkway, and they come out and go straight into the building, you know, so,
And what would the situation be if you had that land?
if we had the land, you know, we could come up with a plan to do whatever. I think, you know, I guess right now with the property that we have and with the engineers who do traffic and radiuses and filling parking and understanding how many buses, how many passenger cars are on site, we have that as efficient as possible on the site that we have. If there was a situation where, you know, and the other thing that happens is that where the students are dropped off, whether they come from a passenger vehicle or from a bus, it directly relates to the program on the inside. So where do they come in at? Where do they go to once they're inside the building? So, you know, if we were to change where the location is of the bus drop-off or the passenger drop-off, then the floor plan is going to have to change to match where we're going with the students once they get into the building. So on that side right now, we've got classrooms. Not on the property that is under consideration, but on that planned west side, that's classroom space and playground. So if we were to somehow, you know, get it to where we were going to move and put bus or vehicular traffic on that side, we'd have to adjust the plan, which could be done via mirror or something else that wouldn't completely adjust it. I'm not going to promise that there wouldn't be any plan changes or any delays to the design of the project in order to get it out when we do that. But, you know, that's kind of the route that we would go.
I'm gonna put you on the spot, okay? Now, you said that this is not necessary to build a building. Would you say that having that extra land would be desirable or very desirable, or you're indifferent to having that land to make a better building and a better school? I'm putting you on the spot on purpose because I want to get a real answer, because everyone's taken the fact that you can actually physically put the building on the site is one thing. Is that the desirable way to do it is what I'm trying to get around to.
I think the goal of us, the goal of the program
No, I'm
manager-
asking you for your opinion
Well,
if
let me
it's
get-
desirable. I'm not asking about sticking to budgets or anything like that. I want your opinion if it's desirable or very desirable, or you're indifferent.
I'm going to answer that, but you got to let me answer.
Okay.
It. All right. So the way we lay it out, we give this problem from a group of professionals to another group of professionals. We give them everything that the school system wants to throw at us. How things work, how things not. My personal opinion, we've got a very efficient plan. We've got parking accommodated for in a very efficient manner. We've got carpool lane accommodated for in a very efficient manner. We've got the bus drop-off accommodated for in a very efficient manner. I think we have them consolidated where we have paving on one side. I think separating them does change things a lot. So my option, in my opinion, on the spot, what we have now with the plan that we have is the most efficient thing that we could do with
Not
that
the
site.
question I asked, sir. I'm asking the question very simply. You're defending the plan that you have today. I don't care about the plan you have today. That is on pencil and paper. I'm asking you, if you were starting from scratch, would having that land make a desirable design or not? Because you keep going back to what you may have to change, and I really don't care about what you may have to change. Would having that land make it a more desirable location where you have two streets that you can go in and out of or not? That is the simple question.
The street does not determine whether it's desirable or not when you're designing a
Okay.
building. So the answer is no.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Landis.
I want to apologize for that exchange. I felt like it was heated. And sometimes it seemed like it was a bit disrespectful. So I want to apologize for the exchange. I'll say that.
I apologize also if you felt it was disrespectful, and, because you and I have had this conversation multiple times, okay? And so this is not the first time we've had this discussion. And I apologize if it was disrespectful, okay? But I also don't think that bringing up issues when we're talking about a school that handles mid-city kids, that we get into all the equity issues, because to me, that's being disrespectful for the board members in those districts. So I apologize to you, Mr. Williams. And Mr. Lannis, if you took offense at what I just said, I apologize to you also.
Thank you both. Thank everybody. So at this time, are there any additional questions or comments from the board? I see no additional questions or comments from the board. We will go to the audience. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Landis, if it seems like I'm picking on you, please don't take offense, because this could apply to most board members. But every school in the East Baton Rouge school system is in your district. Every student is in your district. There are voters within an election district that you represent, but you are responsible for the education of all the students and the care and stewardship of all the property. And that's true of all the board members. In addition to the lots for Dufrock, if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 lots purchased when Claiborne was developed to make access onto Foster easier. But I have no idea if that was paid out of a tax plan or from other sources. I would invite you all, even the 2 members that are not here, in the next 2 weeks, please drive south on Highland Road, take a ride at the fire station onto Astor, go to Alaska, take a right, and look at that property that's between Alaska Street and the corner of Roosevelt, and then turn and go past University Terrace, admire the razor wire on LSU's apartment building right next to University Terrace, and then you'll at least have seen what these lots are. I think, to Mr. Goday's point, that you should not be penny wise and pound foolish. I think you should absolutely buy all 11 lots, or at least the 9 furthest north, because there are 3 things that are possibilities. Either you buy them, or LSU buys them and paves them and puts a nice parking lot right next to your school, between the school and the park. Or there will be a 3 or 4 story apartment building there in less than 10 years. I'd be willing to bet on it. That concludes my comments. Please buy as much of that as you can possibly bring yourselves to. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Any additional comments from the audience? Seeing none, we will go back to the board. Any additional comments from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, could you please reread the motion to ensure that we know what we're voting on?
I'm gonna get him tonight. Consideration of a request for the following. Authorize staff to seek the approval of the Oversight Committee to use dedicated tax plan proceeds to purchase property related to the construction of the new University Terrace site. B, approve the use of the proceed. My apologies. It didn't put in what let me fix it.
For the record, board members, the friendly amendment was offered by Ms. Bernard, who has had to leave, but it was a friendly amendment accepted by the maker and the second, so we'll proceed with the motion.
which is why I needed the clarity, because I didn't know she had committed to her friendly amendment. So thank you for that.
Sorry, it didn't save when I made the first time. Consideration of a request for the following. A, authorize staff to seek the approval of the Oversight Committee to use dedicated tax plan proceeds to purchase properties 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 related to the construction of the new University Terrace site. B, approve the use of the proceeds of the future sale of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board property to reimburse the tax plan for the purchase of the property related to the new University Terrace site.
Thank you. We are clear on what we're voting on. Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
I have to log back in. No, I got it.
Motion fails.
The motion fails. We move to item D10, which is a contract for the Emerge Center. This is a consideration of the request for the approval of a professional service contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Emerge Center for the 2021-2022 school year. At this time, I entertain a motion.
Ma'am, could you put up the vote on the last item? Please.
Do you want me to read it?
Mark Ballou, yes.
I'm having a hard time.
Darius Landis, abstained. Trammell Howard, no.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. 4-2-1-2. All right, so can we continue?
Yes.
Thank you. I will reread the item D10. It is the contract for the Emerge Center. It is a consideration for the approval of a professional service contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Emerge Center for the 2021-2022 school year. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Gode, second.
I'd like to hear Mr. Shamlin explain
Yes, I was gonna call him.
the
up.
contract before we consider a motion. Would you be willing to?
I would
wait
be
until
willing
the-
to do that, Mr. Shamlin.
Okay, yeah, this is a contract with the Emerge Center, which works closely with the Emerge School. The Emerge School is a charter school chartered by this board. In a unique situation, they provide services for kids with autism. Those services include speech and OT-PT services, among others. This is a professional services contract. This is not the charter contract. I want to make sure that that's clear, and I'm sure the independent counsel who's here will speak to that a little more specifically. But it is a professional services contract with the Emerge Center to support the provision of those services to students at the Emerge School. We've had a contract with the Emerge Center for the past 3 years. That contract was tiered and increased in payments to the center over that 3-year period, partially based on the students enrolled at the center. This previous year, we paid an amount of $250,000 to the Emerge Center to support those services. This contract tracks the original contract, with the exception that the amount requested by Emerge Center has increased to $425,000 per year. Again, the contract, the terms of the contract are the same. This would be a 1-year contract with the Emerge Center and would be brought back to the board for renewal next year. And I'll allow their counsel to come forward, if the board is okay with that, to provide additional information.
That is fine. You guys, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Gwen. Do I have to turn this out? Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. My name is J.P. Peralt. I'm the chair of the board
One
of the...
second, sir, 1 second.
Sorry.
Ms. Curley, I'm sorry, if you can, we can hear you up here, sorry. Continue. We can hear you.
Okay. J.P. Peralt. I'm the chair of the board of the Emerge School. I am also a board member of the Emerge Center, on which we're discussing the contract. I am an attorney, but my services are free to Emerge. So when Emerge School for Autism was granted its charter by the board and finalized the charter contract, the related services for all the IEPs for these autism students was negotiated through a professional services agreement with the Emerge Center, which is the public, basically, community clinic where the autism services are done and the therapists and the educators who provide the special education services are all employed. So the contract was entered into with the Emerge Center and the school board. Through that contract, reimburses the Emerge Center for the related services, including speech, OT, and other services. That contract was tiered, as Mr. Shamlin said, based on the number of students increasing the first 3 years of the school. The current enrollment at the school is 48 children. That is the max that we're going to be able to serve based on the facilities that we have. This year's contract is a not to exceed amount of $250,000. We have not billed $250,000. So just a little clarification there. We did, through the staff and Mr. Shamlin, negotiate an amendment to the current contract to allow us to seek reimbursement for direct special education minutes, which is something that we had not been receiving reimbursement for, and for autism services through autism therapy, applied behavioral analysis. That was an accommodation that the staff and Mr. Goday negotiated with us to allow us to utilize the full cap of the contract, which had not occurred before because we were not getting reimbursed for special education and autism services, just physical OT and speech. So the request before you is for next school year to enter into a contract that takes into account speech, OT, the special education minutes that are documented, applied behavioral analysis, and comports with the form of the current amendment to the professional services agreement that's in place. The amount of $425,000 requested is a not to exceed amount, and all of the reimbursement or payment that is made under the professional services agreement is for documented therapy services that we provide to the school board staff, they sign off on, and then reimburse the center for. This is not a general funding request for the school. This is not any type of grant request. This is for the center to provide direct therapy to the children, which is documented and then reimbursed through the board.
Thank you, sir. So at this time, we'll entertain, well, first, we don't have a motion, so I'll ask again, Mr. Shamlin, do you want to add something before we ask for?
We have a motion, but no second.
Right, so Mr. Goder has approved the motion, but we have no second to that motion. So at this time, I'll entertain a second before we enter into further discussion.
I still need further clarification before.
Well, so we could if you would like to make the motion, we could take the motion, have the discussion, and then if you want to withdraw we could do some things after having a motion. Do I stand corrected?
I'll do that, so just to continue the conversations.
Okay, so we have a second by Mr. Baloo. We also have further comment by Mr. Baloo. Mr. Baloo.
I just want to make sure, as far as, you were talking about additional services that weren't previously being reimbursed, and I want to make sure I understand, is that being reimbursed by us or reimbursed by Medicaid? What, is that, or anybody can answer that, I just want to make sure I understand it.
Let me try to provide some explanation. 3.5 years ago, when the charter was approved and we negotiated the charter contract for the school with the board through Mr. Rutledge, there were certain things that Mr. Rutledge said that he would prefer that the center provide, because it was a separate entity, through the professional services agreement arrangement. That worked fine for us. That's where those therapists were employed. One thing that was not able to be negotiated between us and the school board through Mr. Rutledge was the provision of the special education services. And so the school has taken that on the whole time of the charter under its own budget without seeking any reimbursement for those services or the autism services, because that's the way that Mr. Rutledge wanted everything to work. This was a whole new concept, as you're aware. I think over the past 3 years, working with the staff and the board and documenting the expenses of the therapies and everything else, we've had an excellent working relationship with the staff on documenting the IEPs. That was a source of contention when we started, and whether or not there was going to be an adequate process for that. That process has proved to be more than adequate, and we have gotten the approval of the staff to take on more of that over time. The relationship has grown, and so the staff and Mr. Shamlin in particular have been very cordial in helping us try to work out how we could be reimbursed partially for services that heretofore we have not been. That was accomplished through an amendment, as I said, to the current contract. This is to seek that going forward, and if that contract is able to be approved by the board, that will allow us to shift some expense from the school to the center where it should be, and is subject to revenue via reimbursement for the cost of the services. Right now, the school is paying that out of its own pocket to accomplish what's required under the charter to meet the IEPs. So from a long-term perspective, that will allow us to put the expense where it really needs to be. Those expenses are documented and reimbursed on approval by the board through the staff. That will help us to correct partial deficit at the school because the expense will not be there.
That was a lot to follow, but you mentioned IEP, individual education plan.
Correct.
So are all these, the additional expenses, are those related to the individual education plan?
Exactly, exactly. The purpose of the professional services contract is to allow for our center therapists and employees to provide those services to meet the related services required under each child's IEP, which would normally be provided through the school system.
Okay. And the only other, I guess, question I would have, looking at the amount for these services, and you only, how many students do you currently have as opposed to what you're approved for?
We have 48 students. I believe the charter approved us for up to 100 students, but The facility that we have accommodates 48 students. It was built with what we were able to raise from philanthropy in the public, and it accommodates what we have. And so the number of students will be static.
Okay, so that answers my question. I didn't know if you had any
Okay,
room
so-
for expansion, so it's only 48
It's
is
48,
max.
it's going to be what it is. And so I believe Mr. Gode had passed along to me one question somebody had, which was, okay, so is this type of request something that, is going to be coming up every year? And the answer is no, because the services agreement pays us an hourly rate for speech and OT, which is what the board pays its personnel to provide those, or third parties that it contracts with. So we are being paid the rate that the board pays itself. And those rates would only change if the board decides that it needs to change for market reasons, those rates. And then the reimbursement for the special education minutes and the ABA is documented at the cost. And so none of that would be something that would be subject to a big increase in that's not otherwise approved by the board, because it's the hourly rate that you're paying everybody.
Okay, and so why would this not be a recurring, I didn't follow that part.
So this wouldn't be a recurring request because it will give us a reimbursement that we don't currently have. So once we're able to recoup this reimbursement for services we're already providing, then we are not going to have to address that expense in the future as part of the budget for the school. It's going to come out and go to the center where the services are reimbursed and the expense is documented to the board.
Mr. Shamlin, did you have anything to add or clarify on that matter?
I just wanted to be sure that when you asked the question of reimbursement, I believe Mr. Perrault talked about reimbursement from the board perspective, and I was thinking Medicaid reimbursement, but I think that was addressed. I think that need to be some clarification on Medicaid reimbursement.
Well, what we know is that we are required under the services agreement to provide the proper documentation that the board is required to have in order to seek its Medicaid reimbursement. And so we haven't had any problem with the documentation that we have provided thus far for 3 years under the agreement to meet the board's requirements. But
Okay.
we're very happy to do anything and everything that it takes for the board to get what it needs. We're happy to do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baloo, and thank you guys for the presentation. So in the spirit of what you just said, I do think that there needs to be some further clarifications around just the sustainability, as Mr. Baloo said, why this won't be a recurring cost and all of those things. So this is the committee of the whole, so I'll offer a substitute motion, just like we do on most things that we have this disagreement about, to consider this, to send this with our recommendation and continue these conversations until the full board meeting, where it has to come for final approval anyway. Ms. Collins, you seconding that, or are you making up?
We don't have, we never had a second to the first.
No, we
Yes, we did. He seconded the amendment. So you're not seconding the substitute? Gotcha. Okay, so we have a substitution motion on the floor, and now Ms. Collins has a question. To just, no recommendation.
Assuming that the substitute motion passes and we are revisiting this at the regular board meeting, I don't necessarily know where to start I'm confused, just to be quite honest, because I visited the school. One of the only charters that I said, okay, yeah, this is innovative compared to what we do. I trust the board from my own personal experience, because, y'all been around for a while. Matter of fact, when I was at UT, y'all were housed right next to UT. Okay, so, don't have to worry about some foreign business coming in to just do whatever. So went visit the school before y'all built the building, and I went recently, and the whole conversation was just incredibly different. And so then, it was, the school itself was concerned about a budgetary shortfall, because you rely on a lot of philanthropy, which is great. And I understood the nature of the budgetary shortfall. And then now at this meeting, then it's coming from a whole nother direction. And what you're saying makes sense in this moment, but because there's a gap in the discourse, that's what causes me to be confused.
Yep.
And so then I would just urge you to help resolve, bridge the gap by the time the next meeting comes, is what I would appreciate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Ms. Dyson.
I just have a couple of questions, and a thought. So I initially thought that, and because I was a board member when I don't know if we all were, but when we originally approved. So I was under the impression that you would grow and scale up, and that we would receive more capacity relief in some schools where we're having to have very small class, where we really don't have the capacity to dedicate it to that, but we are. And so I was anticipating, I was excited about your growth that I thought you were going to have. And now it's clear that it's a stagnant number of 48 students. And so that kind of changes what I thought was going to happen originally. Now, the other question, and this isn't to you, but possibly to staff or Mr. Smith, who is actually doing the billing to Medicaid?
So each month, the Emerge Center sends me a bill that lists their occupational therapist and speech therapist by the moments with the child, and how much time they spent, whether it be a quarter hour, a half hour, with the child's name listed, and that I'm allowed to submit to Medicaid for reimbursement. And we pay them the $52 an hour for an occupational therapist, $53 an hour for a speech therapist. And then, again, we submit to Medicaid, and then it's about an 18-month wait, because I know we just submitted the 2019 that's going through the Postal Wait and Netterville review, and so it's a period of time to wait for the funding, which we only get approximately 65% back.
I'm just a little confused because I billed Medicaid for years, and I think that there was a 2-year kind of, if you didn't bill within the 2 years, then you couldn't bill.
No,
And so that was the 2-year thing I was thinking. But then, I mean, I don't know why there's an 18-month delay. Now, are they kicking them back and they're having to be resubmitted? Is the wrong code? I don't know what the problem is.
No, it's a once-a-time year where we do the cost services report.
You mean
And
you're
we submit
not
all of our
submitting
employees.
Medicaid monthly?
We submit all the employees and everything into Medicaid for reimbursement through the cost services report.
One time a year. So there's the huge holdup in time. And that's really calling it short, because if things get kicked back and have to be recoded or thought through or whatever, then you're like on your time frame with
Sure.
Medicaid. So, but then there's also the aspect of, I know when other charter agreements and things, there's a pass-through, there's some dollars that we receive for administration of the paperwork trail.
The 2% administrative cost.
Administrative costs.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm wondering, is that 2% reflected here in any way?
The 2% is reflected in their MFP payment. It has nothing to do with the Emerge Center. It would only affect the Emerge School.
So we're billing for them.
Yes.
And we're delaying billing because we only bill once a year, because we may not have the manpower to bill monthly,
Yes.
which should be, you'd be receiving
We're
some
working with-
funds,
we're-
but,
yeah.
but it's gonna take someone having that added to their job description.
Sure. And we're working with EIS Med Claims right now. We just,
Yeah.
a contract we just got with, Ms. Taylor brought them to us, so.
And they would identify potential problems with claims and get that facilitated faster?
Yes.
Manage it for us.
Yes.
So there's gonna be a cost.
Yes, they're.
To contracting with
It's a
them.
percentage rate that we're contracted with.
So
I can't tell you the percentage.
that's a whole, that's another charge, and you need to have them.
Sure,
But
makes
there's
life
a
a lot
cost
easier.
associated with it too.
Correct.
And then they would probably bill monthly.
Yes, yes, and that's what they're doing, and so now that we've started using them, that's how we're submitting.
Yeah.
But again, as you said, there is a chart, they charge us to submit for us, so it's a percentage of the claim.
Okay. All right. And then the only other question I could think of is that, so we talked about mirroring our rates. So we have a PT rate, an OT rate, and we recently privatized
Yes, ma'am.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
And what about speech therapy?
Speech therapy is on the teacher's salary, and so they're approximately $43 an hour, inclusive of benefits, because they're 9-month, and it's basically like a librarian. You know, they work 9 months just like a teacher, same scale as a teacher.
So $43 an hour.
On average.
Uh-huh. And so what is the request for with the speech therapy?
We've been paying them $53 an hour for speech therapist.
And handling the overhead?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
charges or the physical management of the filings and all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And us waiting for the dollars. So is there a
Yes, ma'am.
way to have it mirror what we are paying and not more? And also to have some appreciation for the fees that we're going to be paying every month in order to get these things
Sure.
paid?
Absolutely.
And then, is there a way to pay as we're paid instead of upfront?
It would have to be a delay. There would be a delay in the payment.
Right.
And
We pay, it's a
because-
flow-through.
And then, correct, and then I would also have to deduct once it flows through, when I got the deduction of
The
the percentage.
35% or whatever.
It's not that high, it's a smaller percentage. But I could deduct that from their payment. That would be the only way I could do it, is I'd have to wait until it went through to see exactly how much Medicaid would pay, and then take out that percentage.
Yeah. I was meaning the 35, I guess, out of the 100 when you said we were typically 65%.
It's typically about 65%.
But I mean, that depends on this particular service code.
It's a
and
moment with the
it's-
child,
yeah.
yes. Everything is based upon the documented moment
Yeah.
with the child.
Yeah. Okay, so those are my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Mr. Gode.
Ms. Lopez, just another quick question for you. My understanding, as the LEA with the charter schools, we are the only ones afforded the opportunity to bill Medicaid for these types of services. So it
Yes.
has to come through us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the second thing is, we provide the services to our kids today, and that same 18-month delay, we pay the physical therapists and the OTs and stuff, we pay them, we pay the third-party provider their $70 an hour, and we still wait the 18 months to get paid back. So this is exactly the way the children in our system are paid for and treated. I just wanted to make sure that was understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Any additional questions or comments from the board? The queue is clear. The board is clear. Comments from the audience? Thank you, guys. One second, Ms. Carlin. You wanna add something? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yes, if I could, I'd just like to clarify that with respect to Ms. Dyson's question, we take the children as we get them from the lottery through the district. When we receive those children, we work on the IEPs. The current number of students and the facility are based on how much service those kids need based on where we started. So when we got the charter, we had hopes of going up to 100 kids. When we started receiving the kids from the school system, the IEPs dictated more services than anybody thought about. So we were able to build what we could to handle the number of staff it takes to take care of the needs for the children under the IEPs and the educational side. So that's the practical reality of how things work sometimes. So yes, we had very high hopes of that number of children. Reality intervened, okay? As to Ms. Collins, I think the discussion you had when you were at our center was the reason we came to the board and the staff in the first place was because we did have a deficit at the school because we've been covering all of these services through the school with no mechanism of reimbursement because that's what the charter requires us to do because we're doing what the board is required to do under the IEPs. So the discussion of the philanthropy is correct. However, in working with the staff and Mr. Goday, this option was discussed. If this option of handling the existing professional services contract that we have already amended and then do the same thing going forward takes place, that greatly reduces expense at the school that causes the philanthropy need because the expense is shifted to where the reimbursement occurs and there's actual reimbursement then, okay? So I don't think anything has changed. I think it is clear that the contract provides a reimbursement mechanism that we don't currently have for autism services for an autism charter. Then when that is able to take place, concurrent expense is reduced at the school, our fundraising and philanthropy needs are reduced, and so I think the sustainability of the school is very good if we are able to address the therapies required under the IEP sufficiently. The school, as a public charter entity separate from the center, okay, has its own budget, as all the charters do, and currently we have gone out and raised the philanthropy every year to take care of paying for all of the services and produce a greater state funding requirement at the end of the year than the minimum. So we have every confidence in the world that the school is sustainable long-term at a 48 student number if we are able to appropriately get reimbursed for the IEP services. I hope that helps.
Ms. Dyson.
So, Ms. Lopez, and I'll be asking the question. if you can hear me. So are the only real discrepancies in what they're asking for mirroring about what we are paying for students attending in our buildings? Is it the $10 on the speech, and it is in the 2% or so administrative fee for us handling the Medicaid filing?
So for OT and speech therapy, they are both Medicaid reimbursable, and we can do that. The other services may not be, because when they say special ed services, I mean, that could be a teaching opportunity. We have a ton of special ed teachers. We take care of all of our special ed students in our district. That is not Medicaid eligible. That is our responsibility and our job to honor the IEPs of all of our students, that they can be provided a wonderful education. So as far as the OT and the speech, I understand that part. And that
OT
is
and
Medicaid.
PT?
OT and PT. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They do have a PT, but we provide the physical therapist for them through our funding. The OT and the speech therapy, that's all Medicaid reimbursable. But other services, if it's not specifically it's not Medicaid reimbursable, like a special ed teacher is not Medicaid reimbursable. And all of these funds that I pay for the district, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and speech therapists, all run through the general fund, as well as the current contract we have with the Emerge Center. So any additions to that contract would have to come from the general fund. These are not IDEA funded services. All of these have historically come out of the general fund.
And then the Medicaid reimburses partial to the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case, then is the only difference the request is asking for $10 more than we pay our speech therapists?
I know they're asking for OT and speech therapy. When they say additional special needs services, I don't know what they're asking for, so I can't tell you if they're reimbursable. I know the OT and the speech therapy are. We pay our OTs $70 an hour through First Choice Therapy. We pay theirs $52. Our speech therapists are on average $43 an hour. We pay them $53. I did for what I assume on average that they're going to spend for the rest of the year. At their rate, it's $189,000. At our rate, it's $201,000. So it's about a $10,000. It's
pretty close.
It's pretty close. So between the two.
Ms. Dyson, I'm going to jump in for
Sure.
a second to answer your question about additional services. There's an appendix to the contract, the last page, if you look at it. There are two items under that piece. It's special education services and SPED teacher administered therapy and applied behavioral analysis services. Those are the two things falling under the additional services bullet.
Are ABA reimbursable or no?
As far as I know, no.
Yeah,
That's not, because that's not specific in IEP. They are incredibly expensive, and Medicaid's not going to reimburse. OT, PT, speech therapy, all day long.
Yeah.
So that would be a complete payment out of the general fund.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one question, Ms. Lopez, and so I'm just trying to make sure I'm following this correctly.
Sure.
I understand what's your name again? I don't want to miss.
JP Peralt.
What Mr. JP is saying related to the reimbursement mechanism. So I understand that that's like a misstep, which is causing them to cover costs that they originally were being reimbursed for. I guess my question or my ask is like the drastic increase in the up to amount. So I understand that we need to figure out the reimbursement mechanism, but it seems like such a drastic increase in a year, which I think goes to Ms. Collins' point. It's like, is the drastic increase because the philanthropic dollars are not coming? What is the drastic increase? I understand that we need to figure out the reimbursement mechanism, but I'm not understanding the drastic increase or the request for the drastic increase in this particular year. What about this year is causing such a drastic increase?
From what I've been told, it was COVID with the lower philanthropy. Now, that they would have to speak to them. I mean, I don't do their books, but
No,
that's
so
what I was told.
that was just so can you explain to me the drastic increase in this year as to previous years? Outside, and Ms. Lopez just said COVID, so is there any other reason for the drastic increase? Because we need to, as a board, if it's gonna be that on a yearly basis, like, we need to figure out, like, how can we, even if it's up to, like, how can we as a board sustain those drastic increases? I get the reimbursement mechanism, but I'm talking about the drastic increase.
To address the increase, the reason for the increase is that this is a new contract for an entire school year, okay? And so we have a current contract of $250,000 not to exceed, but we're not getting reimbursed for these particular services. So in looking at how much we are covering in the school for payment of those services, we estimate that $175,000 increase gets us to where we are close to break even on reimbursement if we achieve that, okay? That $175,000 does come in 1 year of the contract because we have gone ahead and estimated how much it will take to cover all of the services, but this also includes the prior services, of course. As to whether or not we're going to be seeking such an increase in the future, the answer is no. The contract will cover, if it is amended in this fashion, the expense that we believe it takes to cover those services, and we are currently getting reimbursed 53 and 52, and we are planning that there's not going to be any increase in the payments for the services other than market increases that the board agrees to. So it would be a $425,000 contract for 21-22. We estimate it would be $425,000 for 22-23, unless the board says we're not paying market rates for ST and OT and we're bringing the hourly rate up, then, you know, we would be getting the benefit of that. But this is to get us to where we are getting close to break even for providing those services that are required for the IEPs. With regard to Ms. Dyson's question, the 2% administrative fee is paid by the school under its charter contract. It pays the full 2%. So, and as to the $53 versus $43, 3.5 years ago when we entered into this contract and Mr. Rutledge wanted it done that way, he gave us the numbers of 53 and 52 because he equated those to the salaries that were direct employees that the school board covers. So the 52 and 53 were given to us by the school board.
And I appreciate that. It predates me for sure. I'm not sure some other board members as well. So I'm just wondering, Ms. Lopez, if we are saying, if the Emerge Center is saying that the new contractual obligation for us as a board, the agreed to amount was $250,000. We are now hearing from them that for the foreseeable future, the new contract amount is $425,000, which we're looking at $175,000 increase. When you take that over a 5-year time frame, it's a lot different than paying this amount over a 5-year time frame. So we went from a 1-year thing to this will be the continuously new amount of the contract, which gets into the sustainability conversation for us as a board.
Absolutely.
So how do we, I appreciate the services that the Emerge Center provides for the district, but how do we as a board, we've been talking about money all night, how do we as a board sustain a new contract amount that is now increasing from $250,000 to $425,000 for the foreseeable future? It's not like this year is COVID, we're gonna take this, make it $425,000 this year, then next year we'll be back at $250,000, which is what we were paying. So it is a sustainability conversation. It's not, it can't just be glossed over like this is a one-time thing, because it's a one-time thing this year, but it continues.
Absolutely.
Like if I drive a Lexus today, I can't take it back. I got to continue driving that Lexus. Right now, I'm in an Accord. So we have to figure out how do we sustain this new amount. It's no offense to Emerge, but that's why I want to make the substitute motion so that Ms. Lopez and other board members can talk about how do we sustain this increased amount over a 5-year time frame or a 10-year time frame or however long the Emerge Center and the school is in existence. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, the board looks clear. Comments from the audience? Yeah, we are. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
No problem. I see several problems with entering into any kind of contract with Emerge Charter School. Let's start with number one. Emerge Charter School is a civil rights violation. It is a segregated school that violates IDEA. There is no opportunity for children with disabilities to mainstream. This is a school that only allows children with autism. So if your children or your grandson, Ms. Collins, that does not have any disability want to attend that school, they cannot attend that school. Number two, they have a lottery pick. Nobody knows how that lottery goes. So there can be an actual discrimination violation. But we'll never know because their information is never public. Number three, they are talking about the services that they want our school system to reimburse them for, but we actually have contracts with Our Lady of Mercy, Greater Hope Academy, Martin Luther King Christian Academy, and other private schools to provide these same services. In fact, there's a law, Act 696 and 117, that allow children with disabilities to have ABA services come into the traditional public school system during instructional time and provide services. I know because my child benefits from it every single day at Northeast Elementary School. So why on God's green earth would I say that we should reimburse them for a service that my child received courtesy of my insurance? The school system does not pay for that. That doesn't make sense. Now, I'm tired of us coming every single time to a meeting and we try to make insanity common sense. It's not gonna work. Their school don't work, their turnaround rate is extremely high. And yet you keep saying, Ms. Dyson, you said that you thought that they should increase the number of students. Why? So the children cannot have any stability? Their school only is gonna go to 3rd grade, and they do have the children that are in a lottery pick segregated away from the children that are private pay. They have children that are private pay that pay more than $12,000 to come to their school. So why do we think that insanity should be common sense? Why should we make insane decisions a reality for children with disabilities? She came to me and asked me about my child with a disability and everything that they have at their school, Northeast Elementary, your only rural elementary school in this school system, actually provided a lot better. So why would I recommend anybody's child to go there? Why would I recommend for us to continue to address entering into a contract with them that violates all type of federal laws? Unless you want a lawsuit, and I urge and encourage any attorney that is watching this meeting to pay attention to it. And you can actually do a nice lawsuit if EBR school system enter into that contract with the Emerge Center. So if anybody have any questions, I really hope and pray that you would ask me and that you invite me into the conversation that you have in regards to these ICD-10 codes and billing as it relates to the school system, because we do not bill for our own children. We don't do the billing. So why were we gonna do it for them? And I hope and pray that you stop allowing this machine to beep when you allowed Mr. JP to come up here and stand up here and talk for a whole unlimited amount of time, and he even came up here and took up the time that I could have talked. Because I'm ready to go home and get in my own bed to deal with my child so he can go to school tomorrow. And while we're at it,
Miss Curley, I really appreciate your conversation, but you were way over your time. 5 more seconds and you have to sit down.
Because you gave JP 10. You gave him 10 minutes. Give me 5 more seconds, because my child actually go to this school system, and you want to pay him. I'm asking that we now, since you want to take out the time and the liberty to think about a contract with him, give my educators in this school system a virtual break. Give them a break and allow them to have virtual school until the 21st, so we can have a nice break and be COVID-free. And let's
Thank you,
and
Ms.
if we
Curley.
go
Thank
enter
you,
into
Ms. Curley.
contracts,
Thank you.
let's
Thank Ms.
enter
Curley.
into contracts
Can you
with
can you cut the mic?
Baton Rouge General
Thank
and
you.
Oshner
Can you cut the mic? Thank you.
That's it.
Respect your time, Ms. Curley. We respect your time. We respect you. You respect our time.
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted the same time JP had.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Finney.
I will attempt to be brief. I do appreciate the fact that the Emerge Charter School actually had a signed contract before they opened, unlike the last new charter school. Unfortunately, they are in breach of that contract because they don't serve the legally and contractually required number of students of economic disadvantage. But the main reason I'm standing here is to urge you, if this goes forward for 2 weeks, to have a comparison of how a similarly disabled child would be served and how expensive that is. If you take $425,000 divided by 48 kids, that's about $10,000 a year of additional services, some of which is reimbursed. If that's about the cost at a traditional school and they address their issue with violating the contract and the law with respect to students who are economically disadvantaged, then I suppose it makes sense, but I don't think you have enough information to make this a part of the consent agenda. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Are there any additional comments from the audience? Seeing none, we'll return to the board. Ms. Dice. No, what? Oh, well, we will get back to you when we get back to the board. Thank you. Ms. Dyson was make a comment, and then you guys can make your additional comments.
I just want to thank you too, and for all you do for these children that are so in need and so benefit from your services and your program. I just want you to know that. I supported you from the very beginning, and I still do. Like I said, I was disappointed that it didn't scale up because I felt like, and I can remember the meeting when we were, there were board members who were suggesting, and we'd like to see you have a second location. I remember all of that discussion. And so that was so exciting. And then to hear that it's going to be 48 and it's going to be, that's it, is hard, because we were all real excited and hoping that more kids across the district were going to, because we knew you were going to be successful. I knew you were going to be successful, and I appreciate everything you do. So we'll just see how this works itself through. You have to know, though, that we are in bad times as far as a lot of unknowns, dollars that we're struggling with between this school and that school, and how are we going to do this, and what are we going to do? If you've been in the other room tonight listening, you know that we're trying to do a whole lot with less. And so I just wanted to make you well aware of all of that. Thank you.
You have the floor.
I would like to address a couple things. My name is Deanna Whittle, and I'm the CEO of Emerge. And I know I'd left messages for several of you in hopes to speak with you before tonight. First, I would like to address the lottery. The lottery is a computer-generated system that we use. I welcome anyone to come and be a part of that and watch how we do that, how that service is performed. We don't pick and choose children that, as was stated, that would fit our needs. We love all children, and we would like to provide services for more than the 48 children that we have. Children that we receive in the lottery, most of them have never had services before. I can give you an example of a child this year. Poor baby, he's 6 years old, came to our school through the lottery. The child's nonverbal. The child would bang his head against the wall. He would lay on the floor and roll. child did not have Medicaid services for ABA services, we provided all of that free, and we do that through philanthropy. Honestly, we do. Well, we could not see this child go without certain services. Speaking to the services we do provide, we have 6 excellent special ed teachers. We have 10 assistant teachers, a special ed coordinator, and an executive director. They spend their whole entire day with the children. Every moment the child comes into our services, into our school, it's about giving them a chance to be successful. Our therapists, I feel, are the best. They spend the time. Most of our children, that we do have classrooms that the ratio is 3 to 1, 3 students to 1 teacher. Our more intensive classrooms are 2 to 1, and there are days when children are 1 to 1. These children, most schools would not want them in their school because they have a lot of challenges. We want these children. We know we can make a difference. 75% of our children, they're not white children, as was alluded to. We have all ethnicities of children. There's not a child that we would turn down. We want as many, if we could have 200 children, God knows I would want to provide services for them. The intensity of the services that we provide to keep the children. Our plan is from kindergarten to 5th grade, not to just 3rd grade. We don't plan on keeping the children. We want to mainstream them. We want them to be successful. We want to put them into a school setting, into an environment that's less restrictive. We want to work with EBR just like we work with other public school, with other schools, private schools. We want to work with all of them. We speak, as we transition our children, we speak with those teachers. We go through our IEP that we've developed, and these are services we can't charge anyone for, but we do it because we love the children and we want them to be successful. When a child is diagnosed, is what everyone has to realize, when a child is diagnosed with autism, it's not just the child's diagnosis, it is a family's diagnosis. And any child with a disability, it is for the family. And so everyone has to be involved. And at Emerge, that is what we do. We are a holistic school, a holistic center. We care about the entire family. We assist the families. We serve a lower socioeconomic community of individuals, and we help them. We know most of our parents, they each have 2 jobs. How hard is that when you have to come home and take care of a child who has autism or has any special needs? So, I share this with you because, yes, I'm very passionate about it because I care about these children. I love these children, and I want to see good things for them. There's no sense for them to be placed in a back room and put aside. They can flourish. Another little statistic I'd like to share is that, yes, we have 48 children. 28 of those children cannot talk. They're nonverbal. We teach them through an assistive device. So yes, we spend a lot of time with our kids. Think about it right now if you couldn't talk. How could you express if you were hungry, if you were in pain, if you needed something? We teach the kids how to use a small computer. Most of them can't afford them. They can't. What do? We provide them. We go out, look, people see me coming, I'll ask you for anything because it's for the children. And we're quite passionate about that. And so, I welcome any and all questions. I welcome you to come to our center and see our children. Speak with the families. Do you guys have any questions? I can speak from my heart. I can speak all night, and I know it's late and we want to go home. But when you care and you're passionate about something, people need to know it. And we're not, by no means are we in it. I know that charters get a bad rap. People think they're in it for the money. We're not in it for the money. We are in it for the love of the children. And so that's, JP, do you have anything to add? Okay.
With due respect to Dr. Finney, I appreciate his passion. He's probably the most passionate advocate I've seen in a long time. But with all due respect, I think he's incorrect about the socioeconomic issue that he raised. Almost all of the children seek and request therapy services outside of school through the center, and the majority of them, when they have to do that, are on Medicaid. So I don't think that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. My question is around the philanthropy and how that is connected to the amount that you need. I guess in short, are we looking for the district to fill the void from philanthropy this year?
Not this year. We've covered this year. We're talking about trying to cover an anticipated deficit by increasing the prospect of our reimbursement for actual services next year. So we fundraise and we have a budgetary deficit that we cover through philanthropy. In discussing the matter with the staff and Mr. Shamlin and Mr. Goday, we worked through a process of coming up with a number that if we could be reimbursed for those services which we are not currently reimbursed for, that would alleviate part of the philanthropy request. So that is where the number came from, and that was a collaborative suggestion or process through the staff and working with Mr. Goday and Mr. Shamlin. So the contract this year, the current school year that is going on, we've amended that so we can bill for some of these services because we were not going to approach the not to exceed cap. What we're asking for here is a new contract for the last year of the charter that does the same thing but for a full year and alleviates some amount of philanthropy we have been getting to cover all of the services, some of which we are not reimbursed for. So if we're able to be reimbursed for a portion of those services, that reduces the philanthropy.
Mm-hmm. So it's more or less helping with the projection for next year.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. And we have the ability, we believe, to cover all of our needs in the school required by philanthropy for next year and going forward. It's been this current year of fundraising during COVID for next year that has caused a problem, but that allowed us to have another conversation with the staff and everybody about the fact that we currently don't get reimbursed for these services, and we believe we should.
Mm-hmm. So I'm guessing that you've I know there's the usual sources that you've had in the past, and I'm guessing that you have been looking in other areas rather than the usual suspects, the ones that are usually on your list.
Correct. And in the past few weeks here, we've had some good success.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. And I'll just make one final comment that oftentimes when we enter into these conversations, people try to make this an issue that it's not. I don't think anybody on this board has a problem with the services being provided at the Emerge Center with the Emerge School. That is just a total disconnect. I think the problem for us, because our duty as board members is to make sure that we are not robbing Peter to pay Paul. And so we have a duty to make sure that we can sustain the things that are happening amongst the district. I know that this is a COVID world. I know that there are a lot of people who don't know, and there are a lot of unknowns. But when we increase a contract, even if it's for a year, by $175,000, when we enter into new contract negotiations, the bottom line doesn't go back to $250. It starts at $425. And so we have to develop a plan to sustain this. If we are saying we can't provide the service, what's happening at the Emerge Center, we can't do,
We have to sustain it. So people may try to attack, oh, you don't, it's not about that. No one on this board has a problem with services being provided to autistic kids, bottom line. But we do have a duty to our constituents and every single student in this district, over 41,000, including the ones at the Merge Center. So I just wanted to make that very clear for the record, that this is not about Emerge Center, but it is everything about we can't rob Peter to pay Paul. That's all my questions. Any additional questions from the board? Yes, sir.
I would like to say, with regard to your last comment there, we have gotten nothing but praise for the services that have been provided from board members and the staff, and we really appreciate that. So we never got any indication or had any feeling that the board or the staff was not happy with the way things have been going.
Thank you for that. The board is now clear. Madam Secretary, could you remind us of the substitute? Well, we are voting on a substitute motion to move this item without recommendation to the full board meeting. Am I correct? Madam Secretary.
You want me to read it again, or do you want me just to vote?
You can read it just for the record.
Substitute motion to send to the full board without recommendation to consider the request for the approval of a professional services contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Emerge Center for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you for that, Madam Secretary. You may open the poll.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item D11, which is litigation. It is a consideration of request for the approval of the recommendation from Attorney Gwen Shamley, General Counsel of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, in the matter of Juan Flores versus Nala Butler, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Berkeley Insurance Company, suit number 669492, Section Division 22, 19 Judicial District Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, and to provide for related matters. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Ms. Collins. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none. Comments from the audience? Yes, sir.
I would have preferred that the written comment I submitted be read aloud, but since it apparently won't be, I'll go ahead and make the comment here in person. It would be useful on these lawsuit items if there was a sentence or two that described the nature of the lawsuit. In this case, a collision between an East Baton Rouge school system bus and a private-owned vehicle. I don't think we need to know what the details of the recommendation or the strategy from your counsel are, but in the interest of transparency, just a little bit of backup. I mean, even if you attach a copy of the original petition as backup, that would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. We'll go back to the board. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. The motion carries.
The motion carries. Our last item for consideration is item D12. It's again another litigation. Discussion of information related to the matter of Balfour USA Group Incorporated, DBA, Balfour Property Restoration versus Democracy Prep Louisiana Charter School and others. Civil action number 200096, United States District Court for the Middle District of Louisiana, and to provide for related matters. There is a possibility there will be an executive session under the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 4217A2 to discuss the following matter: Balfour USA Group and Property Restoration versus Democracy Prep Charter and others, civil action number 200096, United States District Court of the Middle District of Louisiana, and to provide for related matters. At this time, I'll entertain a motion, but before we entertain a motion, I'll allow Mr. Shamlin to speak.
General General Counsel, External Counsel requesting a brief executive session on this matter is important. I'm going to ask the board, we need at least 5 people to remain to maintain a quorum because we need to adjourn following the session.
So do you need a unanimous vote to go to executive session?
We need a 2/3 vote. I need a motion, a second, and a 2/3 vote.
I'll second. So moved by Mr. Baloo, second by me. We don't need to go to comment, no, for executive session. Do we have to go to public comment for executive session? We need to go to public comment for the executive session motion? Okay, Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I object to executive sessions always on principle. I would urge at least one of you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are the comments from the board, questions from the board? Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Motion carries.
The motion carries. We will now enter executive session.
We're going to proceed to a conference room at the front of the building.
The board is now back from executive session. We will return to our regular scheduled board meeting, committee of the whole. There will be no action taken on the last item, so at this time, I will call for a motion to adjourn. Oh, sorry, meeting minutes, sorry. Before we adjourn, the announcement of meetings, item E1. Our next meeting is our regular board meeting will be held on December 17, 2020 at 5:00 p.m. here at the Professional Development Center. Committee of the whole will be held on January 14, 2021 at the 5:00 at the Professional Development Center. It's at this time that I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.